Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the live. It's great to have you all here today. We're going to be talking about spiritual things, paranormal things, and stuff like that. So if anybody's interested, we're going to call people up and bring people up into the box if they're willing to do that and want to discuss anything. I'm just waiting for my mods to get up in here, and if we could tap the shares and the likes, and we could get this ball rolling, and let's see what kind of evening we're going to have, because this is more about you guys and your lives. This is not just about me, so I don't mind talking, but I want to lives. This is not just about me, so I don't mind talking, but I want to hope we all learn something and learn from everybody's stories and what they have to say. And I hope that it inspires us to come out of our shell and to be more love and light and raise our vibrations to a higher level. And I hope everybody enjoys their time here in this spot, this safe space, that we could enjoy ourselves without being judged for who we are and what we think. So if you're interested, you have a story you want to share, anything you want to talk about, you would hit the guest request and you come on up, and we'll get that going. But I'm just waiting for the live to grow now and see where it goes. Wait for people to get up in here. You never know where where the broadcast is gonna take us. I didn't predict of what I wanted to do, because I want to see where it goes, and see where this adventure takes us on this live tonight. So we can all share and talk to each other in, a calm, respectable voice, and enjoy ourselves. If you have anything paranormal you want to talk about, anything spiritual you want to talk about, or anything out of this world, we're willing to talk about that. And I know it's a little bit early because, I said 8 o'clock, but, I came on early just to get everything going. Some people are just probably coming late. I don't know how many people we're going to have. And normally I would have a topic, but for the last couple times I didn't do a topic because I wanted to see where people wanted to take it. So until I get to, hello, welcome, Brandon. Nice to have you here. It was beautiful having you here Tuesday. And I hope everybody would stay in and share their experiences with everybody here. And we'll see where it goes, Because it's not, like I said, it's not just about me and my life, it's your life too. So I hope everybody likes my background. I figured that this would be more fitting because, I've got the universe behind it. Oh, that's fine. No problem, dearie. We each have real life that comes ahead of, alive. It's fine. It's great that you came in here and you said that. I think I said, yeah, okay, if I'm still here, I don't know. It all depends on how the live is. If we get a lot of people in here, I might stay past 11, but if not, then I just go with the flow, go with it. If we have people willing to come up and share their stories and their testimonies of their spiritualities and UFOs or their paranormal, then we'll probably be here a while. But if people don't want to share, then it's going to get pretty boring, and nobody wants to sit in a boring room where nobody's really doing anything. I did invite people. So if anybody wants to talk about anything, want to share something, come on up. If you have any questions about spirituality or, past life experiences or just some things that I might know. I mean, I can't answer everything because, I'm in a human's husk just like everybody else, I'm learning too, just like you. Just we're all unique and we all have our different experiences and we all learn different things. That's the great thing about having a community like TikTok where we can learn from each other and grow from each other, And that's what it's about. It's about learning and growing and experiencing new things with everybody around, And I also think that it would be a great thing to have everybody working together as a unit instead of being separate, because there's too much of people being separate in the world. We need to come together and work as a community, as a collective. And I'm still waiting for people to come up on here. Still waiting for the mods and stuff to come in here. But it might take a little bit. Does anybody hello, welcome. Hello Sonia. Welcome to have you here. If anybody wants to share something, feel free to hit the guest invite and we'll come up and we'll share your testimony or your spiritual story or anything you want to share. I'll even talk about paranormal stuff. No judgment here. We all want to enjoy this safe space. And right now I'm trying to get a hold of some of the people that are supposed to be here. So let me see. I'm paying attention, guys. I'm just letting people know in a different way of talking to people here. Trying to get them to wake up and see what's going on. Not sure how this will take us, but we'll see where it goes, Waiting for people to answer my texts here. I'm using another social media site just so everybody knows if you want to know why all that beeping is going on behind me. Does anybody want to come up and share anything? Talk about anything? What is in the world was that one? Anybody have anything to share? You want to talk about? Anything that you need help with? Sure. Do you know how to hit the guest request and come up? I don't know. I did it. I was able to get you on here. Or did you just... Thank you for the gift. It was very nice of you to do that. Hello. And how are you today? That's wonderful. Yeah, that's what it is for right now, but later on I might, oh, whatever that was, I might do about topics and stuff, but I'm trying to grow the live back up because I did have about 100 and something people follow me, but um, I haven't been on TikTok for a while, and you know how that goes when you're not on. People go watch other things and do other things, and so I'm kind of doing the rebuilding stage. Yeah, the commander is a good guy. He see like anybody else. I agree with most of what he says, but a lot of his stuff, some of the stuff, we have our differences, like anybody else. But he is a great guy, and he does does do a great job. And if it wasn't for him, part of one of my beings wouldn't have came out and spoke to me and wouldn't have brought me on the path that I am right now. Each part and every person that I've met on here was part of part of the key to help me be better. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and that's what it is. I think it. Well, when I went up in the ship, they told me that a lot more of the ships are coming because of two reasons. Because the humans broke the contract. There was a peace treaty between the humans and the space beings up in there, up in space. They had a peace treaty. Well, the humans broke the treaty because of how they're treating the humans on the Earth right now. The elites broke the treaty with them, and they're not happy about it, so they started coming down here more and more. And as you notice, different kinds of ships are starting to progress, and the only reason why you see certain kinds of ships now, that certain people can see certain kinds of ships, is because you're going in a higher vibration. And when you go in that higher vibration, you kind of shift into another reality, a higher plane of existence. And like I was said in the last live, like I could walk down the street, you could see a UFO, and I would be like, "What do you? I don't see nothing." And I could say, "Hey, look, I see a ghost." You're like, "I don't see no ghost." And yeah, and it's kind of like that, and that's what's going on. That's why a lot of people, they don't see these things because they can't believe it, and that is because of their perception and how they perceive things. They're not aware, and they choose to, follow the society's laws and rules and all that, and they don't seem to want to open up that third eye in their mind to more possibilities because a lot of people are narrow and they think this one thing, they think seeing is believing, and if you don't see it, then they don't see it, then they don't believe it. If that makes any sense. Yeah. It's yeah, you can't stop once the ball's rolling. You can't stop it. You know, it's like you're trying to stop a tsunami. You ain't gonna be able to stop it. It's just gonna go. You can't stop once that momentum is going. You can't stop it because once people start to get aware that there's more out in the universe and there's more to life than what they are being fed to through people, then then they'll understand. Hey, there's more out there. Um, a lot of I'm getting down in the chats that they can hardly hear you. I think it's because you're fading in and out, maybe. Yeah, it's probably the service. Try Sonia, try coming out and coming back in because sometimes that happens. Because TikTok's been trying to mute people left and right lately. They have this thing about certain words and certain, I don't know, they were just being weird. Yeah. Um, well, I am a star seed, and but my star seed's a lot different from anybody else, most people, because a lot of people are star seeds from. I don't hear. Try coming out and coming back in. Maybe that's it. Maybe if you go down, I'll try to invite you back up. Maybe that's it, because sometimes it happens like that. No, not you. I was talking to Capri. Maybe if she can jump back down, and I'll bring her back up and see what happens. Yeah, that might help. How is my hand? My hand, it's not really hurting at this point. It does feel a little bit better, as you can see. It does look all stitchy.
Okay, I think that might have helped, maybe.
Does anybody else hear her now? Hello? Oh, okay. Um,
Let's
but
see.
yeah, there's a lot of things going on that a lot of people are not aware of, and that's why I do my lives because I want people to be more aware of what's going on around them in their surroundings, because the universe is giving us signs all the time. It's just not paying attention to them.
Oh, good, good. They can hear. For sure. I think, but that's why I was saying, like, considering the timeline that we all jumped on, and like even the people who are all with in this live stream right now, we're all on a similar wavelength. So, with that being said, the support that we have, to spread between one another is all helping us. And ultimately everybody within this human collective wake up and just shift completely. But it always starts, with like these tight knit communities and just finding more like minded people
Yeah,
because there's so
finding your
many of us.
niche. Finding that clique, finding that niche that you resonate with is the most important thing, because even if people come in, they don't like maybe some things that I say, maybe they'll find somewhere else that, that they fit in with. When you ask about any more insight about my incident, no, but I do really think it was about my UFOs, because I've been feeling that when I was attacked the other day, I think that has something to do with it. I think they don't want me to say certain things, but I say them anyway, because that's how I am. I'm going to spread the news, and I'm going to spread what I see and what I experience, and if they don't like it, they can kiss my ass.
Oh my goodness, is that where the wound on your hand came from? Is it something like that?
Yeah, about last Wednesday, I had a UFO above my house,
Mm-hmm.
and I had filmed it, and then it showed up, and it was changing. It was doing all kind of cool things. I had a video of it, and I posted it on here. And since I posted it, I was getting weird phone calls from around my state.
Yeah.
And then when they called me, I would answer. I would be like, "Hello," I had a different voice because I don't know who it is.
Right.
So I would fake a different voice, you know, and nobody would answer. Nobody would ever answer. So let's go back up to Monday. Um, Monday, I decided I wanted to go outside. I needed some food and some soda and some cigarette things and stuff. So I went to the store at about 4:30. I left the house at 4:30. I went up to the store, which is about a 15-minute, 20-minute walk. I went to the store. Oh, thank you for the gifts. I'm so honored that you did that. Much love and light to you, sister. Um, and I went into the store. I bought the stuff I needed. I came out and I started walking down the street. And then I got a phone call at about 5:11, and it was weird. Like, again, nobody answered the phone. So I was like, that's a little
Mm-hmm.
weird.
Right.
So
Right.
I normally take one path, so I took this dirt path because it looked like it was shorter, and I'd never been down that path before. So I started walking down that path, and as I'm walking down that path, um, I started feeling like, like Spider-Man, like he had the spider sense or something. I started getting a
Right.
weird vibe, and so I started to get real cautious. And before I can go into full alert mode, I look out the corner of my eye, and it looked like this um, sword was coming at me, like coming straight at me. I blocked it with my hand. I defended myself, and the person ran away. And I don't know what it was, but
Whoa.
I know when I was fighting this being, whatever it was, and the person was 6'2" and had a black mask, a black outfit, and he probably weighed about 300 and something pounds. And when he hit me in the arm, he couldn't hit me in the face because I was moving all over the place.
Right.
But when it hit me, I could feel it, and it kind of hurt, you know. And I kind of brushed it off because it was just getting me more mad. Um, so I started to fight back, and I got real close to the face because I was trying to identify this person at least to get some kind of way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And as I got closer, I noticed it had human eyes, but the pupil was completely black.
Holy smokes. And this was like were they like stunned or something, or were you just like able to get close enough before running or something like that?
Oh no, this is where I was still punching and stuff when I got close.
Okay.
And I was on top of it, and I was just got close and close and close, and I'm watching and watching. And I got real close, and I noticed whatever it was, his
That was
eyes.
crazy.
And then it wouldn't speak. And I was mouthing off. You know how when you get mad, you just start saying
Yeah,
stuff
you go
left and right.
off.
I was going off, trying to antagonize it to see if I could recognize the voice, see if it was anybody, like I could tell if it what kind of race maybe, or anything that would give me a clue as to who this was. And the person never made any, never said any words, but it was grunting, growling, and it sounded like a beast.
Oh gosh.
And it, I eventually fought this thing off, and it ran. And I went around. I walked the rest of the path. I walked around the corner of my building. I looked down, and another guy comes out and says, "Hey, you all right?" I was like, "What do you mean?" He looks at and he said, "What's up with your hand?" I looked at my hand, and it was completely crimson red. And I looked down, and I'm like, "Oh my!"
Oh my god,
And
yes.
I seen the guts of my finger hanging out, and I'm like, "Well, I guess I can't butterfly stitch that. I guess I'm gonna have to go get stitches." So I came up here, and I went to the hospital. Well, I came up here, washed it off, and I went back out, and I had called somebody to give me a ride. And when I met the police officer that was outside, I don't know, he came over for a different reason, but I talked to him. He asked me if I was going to report. I said, "What am I going to report?" I said, "I
Right.
was attacked over there. The person was 6'2", 300 pounds. I couldn't tell if it was black, white, Asian. I couldn't tell who it was or what it was, but the person never spoke, never seen the person. Person was all black. I don't know. So that's why I didn't report it because I didn't see a point in it. But they were never going to find somebody with that description. So I was like, why bother saying it, you know?
That is crazy though, because that was definitely like, I don't know, that sounds like it was some sort of like hybrid, something like that. Like you said it looked human, but it had like slit sort of eyes, you said, but or like all black, you said, were like
It had like,
inside.
it had human eyes. There was a white part around the eyes,
Mm-hmm.
but the pupil itself was complete black.
Oh,
And
okay.
I know when I looked inside the eyes, all I could feel was pure hatred, intent, like it wanted me gone.
You know,
That's what I got from it when I looked in its eyes. I felt completely, I could feel that energy radiating off, and I'm like, oh, it kind of creeped me out a little
right.
because, I mean, I've encountered all sorts of things, but that was the creepiest thing I've ever seen coming from, like, feeling off a person or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. But I did not like that. I fought for my life on that one.
Yeah, you were definitely targeted. I mean, the first thing that came to mind before you fully went into detail was like Men in Black or like an offshoot of them, because when you're already on this type of elevated level and you're putting out the information that you are, best believe they come after people. And
And
you know,
my feeling was it, my feeling from it, honestly, and I've got this. I've been thinking about it all day today.
mhm.
That I've been reliving that moment like for ever since it happened, trying to replay everything in my mind, and I get one thought in my mind: Skinwalker.
Skinwalker, wow.
That's what I get in my head. I don't know why, but that's what I got with Skinwalker, and it wanted to shut me up.
That, I mean, if your intuition is heavily leading you towards that, it could very well be like more of these like lower vibrational shape shifting, yeah, skinwalker like entities that
And uh,
exist.
and also when I was tossing fighting this thing, I noticed one thing. Like I've gotten a fight with humans before
Right.
in different things, but this this was not human. The way it was moving was not human at all. And now I'm not a complete idiot. If you're weighing about 310 pounds, you're not going to run that fast.
Mm-hmm.
This thing ran faster than a 300-pound person. That being was running like it was 120 pounds. It was cruising through the
Yeah,
woods.
hell no.
I
No.
was like, yo, and the way, and you know when you ever see like when I was fighting this thing, it was moving like really like fast. Like, let me see if I could switch my camera around real for a minute. It was moving
Oh,
like kind of like that.
jittery,
Like
kind of like really like speed. Yeah.
it was like speeding around. It kept jerking all over the place, and that's where I thought this is not human. It because the way it was moving, kind of like um, you ever like see like a karate movie where they're moving like real slow,
Right.
but really rhythmic, and that's what this thing was doing. It was very rhythmic in its movements, and I was like, this can't be a human.
Like it was waiting for that moment. Like it knew mechanically what to do, which is
Yeah,
insane.
and I know I can hit very hard. And every time that I hit this thing, I could hear a crunch and a crack.
Oh, so yeah, like even with all the hits and the that's crazy. Like it had some level of like endurance. I don't even
I
the
mean,
freedom or whatever it
I
was.
I I kicked the square in the nuts first. I don't know why. I kicked as hard as I could, and then when I when I started punching and elbowing,
Hello.
all I could hear was crack like Rice Krispies.
Rice
Is this a
Krispies.
dream or
No,
or real life?
real life. This is what happened, and this is what I got from it.
So, what did can I'm sorry, I just joined. Could you describe what it looked like?
Um, when I walked down the path, I felt really dark energy, and it was pure. I felt pure intent, like it wanted me gone. It did not want me to say anything. It wanted me out of
Did you,
existence.
did you hear any noises prior?
Nope. And I looked around before. I'm like, because I felt something off, and I felt it was weird. I looked at both sides. There was nothing, no movement. No bushes were moving. It wasn't a windy. It was really hot. It was about 5:15, and there was no movement. There was nothing. As soon as I turned my head, about a second, I turned my head, and I'm like, "There's something." And you know how like you're trying to just think about that for a moment, like a quick second, you're like, this
Yeah.
is really weird. And out the corner of my eye, I seen a silver flash, and for some reason, maybe it might have been the dragon inside of me or whatever it was. I came up and I blocked it with my right hand, and I start.
Can I
And
see the palm of your right hand real quick? Can can you bend it slightly?
like,
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just wondering.
oh
Okay, go
look,
on. Sorry.
you can see my M. Ha!
Well, yes.
Oh wow, I didn't notice that. I could see it that good like that. Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, you have the yeah, anyway.
But yeah, this thing, the way it was moving, it was almost like it wasn't human, and like I said, it was about 6'2", about 300. I would say about 300 pounds. It was pretty built,
Wait,
and
what?
it was pretty built.
But like what color was his skin?
It was wearing a black outfit. It
So
was in
it looked
complete black.
human.
It was complete black. It had a human form. Yes,
Okay.
it had a
You
human
were
form.
you were able to see the face though, you said. So was it only the eyes or was it just like you could see like skin on the face or no?
All I could see was the eyes. It had a mask on.
Right.
All I could see was the eyes, like, cause I got real close
Mm.
when I was fighting with this thing. It was doing these like jerky moments, like blocking and weird jerky moment things. And when I got real close, it had black pupils.
Well, everyone has black pupils, hun.
Not like that.
I think do you mean
But
like the
if
iris?
yeah,
What?
like the whole part of the eyes.
Yeah, you know how the outside is white, right?
Yeah.
There was just that. There was white, and then everything else was complete black.
So yeah, that iris and the pupils, yeah.
it was, and when I looked in the eyes, it was creepy. It was creepy. I got really creepy vibes, and I could feel the intent. You know, it was like hatred. Like I
So
don't
how'd
know.
you get out?
Well, I I called upon my guides in my inner dragon, and I started fighting as hard as I could. And this thing decided to scurry and run away. And I was like, "Come back here! I ain't done with you yet," because I was mad.
But
It,
how'd you hurt your finger? Did it have a knife?
yeah, it had like it almost looked like a short sword.
Did you speak out loud when you were calling upon?
My guides?
Yes.
No, I said it in my head.
Okay. So you were silent, but you were, I'm sure, screaming, right?
I was
Because
screaming
you were getting
bad things.
attacked.
Yeah, I was pissed off. I was like, "Is that all you got?" You know, I was trying to get the thing to slip up to see if I could recognize if it was a person. I was trying to get it to speak. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
maybe I see
300.
if,
Did it make any noise?
like I was saying, it grunted and it sounded like a beast. It was grunting and
Huh.
growling. It was really weird.
That is really. I don't tell me obviously your exact location, but what region was that? Like state wise?
Virginia.
Okay, that's very peculiar for sure. I've
Uh,
never heard
uh,
of a being like of that like stature or anything. I
I know
wonder
when
if
it.
an individual got possessed, honestly, by something that was not human.
And the only thing that I could think of, this all started, like I said earlier, I think it was all started because I started posting UFO videos around my house.
Well, it's not you. You can't blame yourself because
Well,
so
I
many
started,
people do that.
yeah, I was
But,
posting, and then I started getting calls from around my state, and nobody would answer them. Like I would be like, they call me, I'm like, hello, 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 nobody would answer. And
yeah.
it was funny because I got a call at 5:11, just before I was attacked. I got a call.
Well, don't answer those calls. And what you need to do, so there's something, it's called spy dial. You can
Okay.
take the number that calls you and put it in. It'll probably say VoIP, which is a voice operated like internet like phone call. And if that's the case, then you'll know that it's not a real like someone's trying to like scam or like cover up who's calling you. So next time, don't answer and look at that in that website. If it's an unknown caller, I don't pick up because like, like you don't know. Like they can leave a voicemail if it's important, right?
Yeah. And I talked to a lot of spiritualists, and they kind of said that they think that maybe the calls were trying to ping me to see where I was.
Well, yeah. So next time you can turn off your location on your phone, and then they can't find. But there is a case where you are getting local, I would do that now, and you can also turn off your mic when you're not using it. So if you're not using GPS, you can turn off your location. And
Eh,
you can go into Google Maps or
mhm.
like your Google Maps and then search your history because if your location is on, then it is like trackable where you go. You know, they can
Eh,
be like, oh well, this is his route every day.
yeah,
So
and
I mean, it's good to be aware.
the weirdest thing was is after the attack, I got another call. I didn't answer that one.
I would have answered it at that. I've been like, all right, what?
Oh
You
my
want
god.
more?
And
Like, I would have been hyped up. I would have been,
oh,
Gassed
I
up
would have
after
been
fight.
adrenaline. Like, oh, okay, this is where
it,
we're at. No.
so when I went around the building, the cop, right? Here's the funniest thing. When I was talking to the police officer, he's like, You're not going to report it? He goes, that looks pretty bad. He goes, did you run? I was like, no. I wanted more. I was going to keep going. He ran like a little biatch. And Pop was like, man, he goes, most people would have ran. He goes, you just going on for it. I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm like, if I'm going down in a blaze of glory. Cop
Well,
was
that's,
like,
you know. Sorry, what?
Cop was like, he goes, I wouldn't want to meet you in a dark alley by myself.
Exactly.
I'm like, well.
I mean, that's how you gotta be, though.
And I was like, and I said to him, I go, I don't view a fight as just a scuffle. I fight as life or death, and that's what I took that as. Because,
Well, that was.
yeah, I mean,
So, 300, yeah. Fight or flight, you're a fighter, for sure.
and then like, ever since then, it's like I've gotten like a bunch of downloads and stuff like that, and I had a cool experience after, because I haven't really been to sleep since then. I don't know why, but I slept. Well, actually, have I really slept since Monday? I don't think I have really. But on
Well, you need
Tuesday,
to
no, I
sleep
didn't
because
actually. I
without
didn't.
sleep, you go into psychosis.
And about Tuesday,
How many days ago was that?
it happened
Oh.
Monday.
So you haven't slept since Monday, is what you're saying?
Not really, no. But
Well,
Tuesday
you need
morning, I had a cool experience. Tuesday morning, I was, I couldn't go to sleep, and I was trying to go to sleep. Oh, you're too close to the TV. And I was trying to,
Sorry.
I was trying to watch Smallville and maybe pass out because that's how I usually go to sleep with background noise, and I couldn't go to sleep. I could not go to sleep
Same.
for the life of me.
I
So it
need
was like-
background noise.
It was 4:14, and it was like I was I felt like I was drifting off. And I was like, cool, am I passing out? Well, I drifted off for a little bit, like everything started getting a little fuzzy. Kind of like, you ever seen like
You don't have to explain it to me. I
it was
go
kind
through
of
that
like
a lot.
It was kind of like you were dizzy,
You s-
but anyway.
Yeah, like bringing my mind and like you start to kind of see stuff. Like, did you have like a bounce, like jump out, or was it just like
It was like
what happened?
it's like everything in front of me was fading.
Yeah.
It all faded,
Yeah.
and I was standing on a beach.
Oh, that sounds nice.
And
I
I'm
know
like,
I don't usually get a beach.
it was nighttime. It was nighttime. The stars were out. I was, and I looked over and I said, "Oh, look, the water." And for some reason, I walked in the water, and as I was walking in the water, it was turning blue, like LED blue. So I looked around, and I'm like, "Oh, well, this is kind of helping," you know. And I looked around, and this woman was approaching. She looked about she was about 4'8", 4'9". She had a ponytail. She had bronze skin. I
How
did
tall?
answer that. She was about 4'9". She had
Oh, you said you didn't answer when after the attack.
Oh no, she said didn't the call back after it called back after the attack. It didn't answer.
Oh, for some reason my brain saw didn't he answer? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so the person was in all
Dyslexia.
the person, she was short. She was a short, adorable little, woman. She had bronze skin. She had the bluest eyes. I like baby blue eyes. It was very piercing blue eyes. She had red. She had a red outfit and a red bow in her hair. And she comes up and she starts talking to me, and I'm like, who are you? And I'm thinking to myself, and I'm looking, like seeing if I recognize her because I have a lot of guys that come and visit me and stuff, right? So I'm looking at my wrist and I'm seeing, I see the silver bracelet she's wearing, and on her
Hmm.
right arm she had
Did,
a
was
white
there any
beaded necklace.
was there any writing on the silver bracelet by any
Yes,
chance?
all the silver bracelets
Any
had weird writing.
symbols? Yeah. Do
Yeah.
you remember those? Do you remember the
Um,
symbols or like one?
they look like light language.
Well, see, so people say light language and stuff, but there's ancient. That's what I mean. Like, there are so many people who are like, it's light language, but it could be ancient. I mean, it's ancient language. It's just, what is the language? Like, there's so many frauds out there that are like light language. So that's why I was wondering, like, specific symbols, but it's okay. Sorry,
It was a
continue.
symbol. I've seen a
Like,
lot of light. It's hard to talk because that background. Um, a lot, a lot. I've seen a lot of symbols and a lot of light language, but this light language it was it was something I haven't seen before. This whatever that writing was,
but
I've
that's why I mean, it's
never
not
seen
light
it before.
language if it's something you haven't seen. That's why, because I knew it wasn't what people. They're like,
So
it's like,
she started speaking to me, and she kind of helped me a lot because I was really getting a little I was irritated about, how could I'm only trying to help people and I got attacked and this and that. And she said, don't it was part of your past, something I needed to learn, and it happens, stuff like that happens, and don't fault the sins of one on the many because it's not the whole race that's the problem. It's certain energies and certain beings that cause that. So I shouldn't, be like judgmental over like an entire race because of that happen.
like, so the one bad one that attacked you isn't the whole,
Yeah.
which is how I feel. Like with all of them, and honestly, I send that out too. I'm like, yeah, they're all bad. Like, they're a bad one. It's the same with humans. Like, I'm not gonna judge and be like, oh, well, you're all bad. You know? Yeah, there are some bad humans out there, but. And there are some bad and, other energies.
And she
I'm not
said
gonna
that
be like,
she
yeah.
also said that there was a balance, and that's just part of the balance. You take the good with the bad, and you learn from it. Kind of stuff that
Exactly.
I knew is kind of stuff that reinforced me of what had happened. It seemed like we talked for like hours, but when I came after she turned around and started walking away, I looked back in the water and and then I looked up at the plants and the trees and they were all
Mm,
like LED.
mm.
And then next thing I know, I'm back on my bed looking at the TV and I was like, what? What just
And
happened?
you,
I
what was
looked
it, like
down.
5 minutes?
I looked down and it was like it was 4:17
Yeah.
and it was like 3 minutes.
Oh, three. Yeah.
I
I've
was
had
like,
that,
whoa, what?
Hey,
like,
what's
for
up?
sure.
Not much.
Where you from, brother?
We'll go with Virginia.
That you don't sound like you. I used to work for the CIA in Langley, Virginia, and you sound nothing like what I know from Virginia. But we'll go with that.
Yeah, I used to be in Massachusetts. Massachusetts.
Okay, okay. How you
I,
doing
I
tonight, brother?
I'm doing all right after I got attacked the other day.
Who attacked you?
I have no idea.
Okay, well we could do that offline. If somebody attacked you, we can talk about that. But
Yeah, we don't have to go through that
where's the
right
girl,
now.
Miss Jackson
Hey.
612? Hey, Miss Jackson. You sound like my
Yeah.
neighbor. Do you live down? Are you from Texas?
No, but I have been in Texas for a bit for
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, that doesn't quite count. But
Nope, definitely not from Texas.
All right.
I'm from more northern area for sure.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not gonna
vague.
tell you.
Nah, don't tell me. Like I
Even
could
though
find
you
out
could
if I
probably
wanted
just
to.
search
Come
my
on, yeah.
IP
I could find
address.
out if I didn't want to find out where you live at.
Hold on,
Okay,
wait.
anyway.
Let me turn off my location real
Yeah,
quick.
turn it off now. I
There
feel
we
tough. The first thing I
go.
told this guy was I work for the CIA, so that's not a good idea.
Well, you know, I
Yeah.
mean,
It's
I'm
okay.
I'm not
You're not
worried.
a target of interest. This is what you're saying. There you
Who,
go.
me?
So you better not be.
You gotta stay under the
Are you?
radar.
Hold
Right?
on, hold on.
I mean, what
Are
would
you
make
a
wait,
target
wait?
of interest?
What would make me a target of interest of
Do you
your
hate
interest?
America?
Is
Do you?
no.
Okay, well then you're not a target of interest. We'll just leave it at that.
Well, no, but there are targets beyond that, you
There
silly
are,
goose.
but
Why are you? Why else would you be in this room besides this talk, huh? Unless you
why would I be in this
want
room?
to, unless you want to share some of your experiences because you feel like you
Of course, I
can't with
want to share. I
anyone
want to
else.
share. I want to share with people what I know, and I'm not. I'm
Well,
not here on. Let me say
besides
this. I'm not
breaking
here on
your
work
security
business.
clearance, because otherwise, if you were to break your security clearance, that is a big no-no, and I
You
know
think I would
this.
do that? Talking to
Well,
somebody on
then,
TikTok.
well, I'm just saying
It
that
takes a lot
means
to break a
then.
security clearance. Is all I'm saying. I was trying to
Well,
find out about our fella here that owns the
yeah,
lot.
exactly. You were trying to find out, yeah.
Yeah.
So
But now,
why don't
now
you
here,
share
hey, you
a
fucked
little
up.
bit
Now I'm
about
more interested in
yourself?
you. I'm
Why
more
don't you?
interested in you.
You don't need to worry about me. I'm just a
Now I
very
am worried about you.
knowledgeable individual.
Hmm.
Why don't you share what you know, sir,
What do you want to know? Well, I mean, you want to know
about your experiences
now?
of
I don't
why
think
you
we.
came in
I
this
don't. I think
room?
that's a little too broad of a request.
Well, what have you
How
experienced
about
that
I
is
tell you where
similar?
I'm? Hey, how about I tell you my
Wait,
name, where I'm from?
no, I don't care about that. We don't need to go into details. We're not going on a date. You came
Not
in
yet.
this room.
Not yet.
You came.
Hey,
You
you'll
came
be
in
on a
the.
date with me by the end of this conversation.
No,
Don't
no,
worry.
no. You came in this room to
Okay.
find
Go ahead.
out about his info. So, what drew you into it, and what are you interested in, and why did you
Okay.
want it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair question. Actually, if you want to know the truth, I have no idea who this guy is. He actually came up on my FYP, which was weird. Because if you go look at my page, I have 28,000 something followers, and I follow 0 people. Go look.
Cool. Oh my gosh, you're
No,
so
oh,
awesome.
it's so cool, right?
Oh wow.
Anyway, I have no link to this guy. I don't know who he is. You know what I liked about him? Was he talked
His
shit.
information.
No, he talked
No.
shit. Yeah, I like people that talk
You
shit.
have those followers because it's bots. Trust me, I know about that shit. Anyway, let's
Honey,
move
there's
forward.
there's no
Let's move.
yeah.
Yes.
28,000 bots. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's called bot farms. Anyway, you know that if you're in the whatever you said. Let's move
No,
forward.
it's
Why are
really
you
not.
here? What is your question? What information do you want to share about your experience?
Experience with what? What are you talking about? Live? TikTok?
Well, extra special.
Hey, listen, I'm going to give you a 2-minute synopsis of my whole life. How about that? Will that work?
Well, yeah. Let's hear what your
let's do 90 seconds.
thing
'cause-
that
okay,
you
okay.
were said to say. Yeah.
What I was said to say. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't even tell you the truth because I feel like you might turn that against me.
No, truth
I'm
is.
really
I
not
can
like
I
that.
can tell you the truth. Like, tell the truth. I'll tell you if it's bullshit.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the truth. I grew up in I'm from Dallas. I grew up in a town called Highland Park, which was 7 miles north of Dallas, Texas. I went to Nebraska, the University of Nebraska, and I played college football there. I am 40. No, this is where I get embarrassed. I am 43 years old. I was born June 6th,
Why are you
1961.
embarrassed about being 43?
Well, because it's TikTok and like everybody's young, right? Well,
I'm
not
37,
young. I don't
whatever.
care, but I admit that. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
I'm 37,
Hey,
whatever.
This is my 90 seconds. Is this my 90 seconds or I mean,
Alright,
you only
sorry.
gave me 90 seconds. I mean, I only got 90 seconds. So am I losing time every time I interrupt you or what? Okay. I live in Dallas, Texas. I used to work. See, I shouldn't even tell you the people. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. I used to work for the FBI. I worked for the FBI for 13 years. I worked in a child sex trafficking prevention program.
We have to watch words we say on here.
Yes. Well, you shouldn't have to watch that word. I stopped about 1,377 children from being harmed. I did have to witness 67 kids axed. I have since retired because of the mental stress and PTSD it does to me. And the real reason I quit was because when COVID came up, they tried to make me take a shot, and I wouldn't take the shot in 2020. And that's my summary, okay?
Well, thank you
No, shout
for
out to
doing
you.
that.
I do not
I worked
for the
with
government anymore. You work
as a
for
criminal investigator. I worked with HSI for a little bit, with the National Guard, counter drug, and
Why are you so mean?
I'm not. I'm actually
You're
just
hateful.
I'm a very like no. I just want to get the info, bro. I'm actually a nice person despite my RBF.
You seem kind of like
No.
I'm being nice when I use this adjective. I'm being nice. You're sassy.
No.
No.
You will, but for a
Admit you're sassy.
reason. To get
Golly.
info.
Sassy.
To get info.
Sassy.
It's called interrogation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Do you think I don't know about interrogation? You're not a child, so maybe I don't understand interrogating a grown
Oh my
woman.
gosh, that's messed up to say.
Well, you're not.
Wow.
So
No, so maybe you don't understand the back end of it because
I think I know I served a long time. So,
no, I know you do. And that's if that is true,
You want to know why I'm really on
then
TikTok?
you have
I have nothing to do. I have no life. Look, I want. Okay, this is gonna be just the birthday cake, the icing on the top.
well, happy birthday.
I won a small lottery in Texas. Okay, just a small lottery. Oh yeah, Lotto Texas or whatever. Not the Mega Millions, not the.
Well, that's
Whatever.
karma for what you did.
Well, yeah, and so I won $13.5 million. And yeah, that along with why I did not agree with what was going on with our administration at the top was why I retired. Plus, it was messing my head up.
Well,
I mean, imagine
don't you get
67
forced
kids.
retirement because it would be conflict of interest with the winnings?
I
Because
don't care
in
about
military,
the retirement.
well, no, but in like if you're military, which you know,
Well, I actually
I
was military.
yeah, me too. And if you were to win, then maybe you get why I'm have the sass.
Yeah, hence why I kept doing what I did for a little bit. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't
But
matter.
Were you forced to retire because of the winnings?
I
Because it's a
was-
conflict of interest
yes.
if you had, yeah.
No. I wasn't forced to retire because of the winnings. I didn't tell them I had the winnings. I was forced to retire because I refused to take a COVID shot.
Oh, well, lucky you. I did get it because I didn't
I'm not
want
going to get political on
leave.
this other man's channel, so
No,
I'm not going to say anything.
no. I wasn't saying I wanted it.
No,
I wanted
no.
to keep my job.
But I did.
You know
not
what's messed
take
up?
it. But it was easy. It was easier to take it when I had $13.5 million in the bank, right? I mean,
Yeah,
come
right?
on.
I mean, lucky you. Congratulations.
Well.
Anyway,
Hey,
so
this is the guy. He's back.
yeah.
I've been here
so
the
what
entire
he
time
was-
listening.
I'm sorry, Brandon.
Yeah.
I just want to hear you guys go at it. It's kind of funny.
No more. We're
So,
not really going
No
at it. I
more.
think we're on the same page.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm rather enjoying
It's
this.
not an argument. It's a debate, and it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
a conversation. Yeah.
That's what I'm
You
here
got
for.
full
Yeah,
shit.
they're just
I was
getting to know each
clear-
other.
I-
This is first date.
No, I
this
was
is my
making
first
sure
day.
he was chill for the room for everyone else. You know, I took the brunt. You know, I took
This
it for
wasn't
the
my first
team.
date. Hold on, somebody said they were my first date.
Don't
So,
worry
uh,
about
No,
it.
I'm just flicking shit, you guys. You're
Oh,
fine.
okay. I was gonna
Yeah.
say,
So,
Listening to you all banter
I
back
haven't been
and
on a
forth,
date in
too.
6 years, so you could be my first date. But
So, Mr. Marvin,
No, no,
what
no.
question did you have?
Oh God, I don't even remember. Oh, I was gonna ask you. I don't even remember. God, this girl just threw me off my hole.
You wanted to post a video.
My whole. Oh, I was gonna use one of your. Okay, yes, sir, yes, sir. Okay, so you have a good video out there, and I have a a decent following, 30-something thousand people, and I wanted to use yours. And I was just coming into your live. This is the only reason I came into here, was to ask you if I credited you, if I could use one of your videos in my live, in my post.
Sure, which one are you talking about?
God, I'm gonna have to go back now. It's a well, I don't know. Hey, she's got me so off kilter. If you would be so kind, I will send you what I'm gonna post before I post it.
Sure, no problem.
So you approve it? Yeah. I don't know. You had a good video. I do drafts. Look, here's the thing about me. I don't have a job. I'm bored. I don't have a whole lot to do anymore. I used to go to Vegas all the time. Kind of got pricey.
Oh, I'll be in Vegas in September for a conference, but
No. Well, maybe I'll go there. Anyway.
Oh, now you guys can meet.
No, that's not. No, I don't want to meet her. She's mean.
I'm not mean.
Anyway, the whole reason I came into your room, I have no reason to come into your room and like mess with you. You had a post that I saved, and I would have to exit the room to go look, but it was something that like related to me, and I was gonna like make like a post with it. And I wanted to credit you, and that's why I came in. The first thing I asked you was, "Can I use
Paranormal.
those?" That was all it was.
Yeah.
That's all it was. I mean, I wasn't. I was not coming in here for all this.
Well, everybody got muted?
I was just like silently listening the whole time.
No, not everyone. He muted. He got muted. I don't know why.
I didn't
He's
know
probably
you-
going back
Sorry,
to look at the video.
I was just trying to field him, make sure he wasn't like a troll. So I
Yeah, you were
apologize,
doing great.
everyone.
No,
Thank
you're
you.
doing great. No, you're asking all the questions that I was wondering too. I'm like, no, they're
I'm
all
like,
bots and really,
okay,
really
bro,
your
like,
acronyms and
yeah.
There's so many fucking fakes that you gotta
Yeah,
feel
like,
them out. No, I approve.
Because I swear he said he was CIA, and then he said he was FBI or something. I'm like, all right, like his story changed. So I'm just like, I don't know if anyone else heard. Like, I swear I heard like CIA at the beginning, and then it changed to FBI. So
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I heard it too.
yeah,
No,
so
but honestly, Brim, what I want to say, because I can't stay long. I just want to pop in and give you some support and love. I've been seeing you've been sending me your videos and I just thought, wow, that's actually really cool. Like, if this is what it is, you've got some great videos out there of spacecraft and other things that this is beautiful energy to be throwing into your journey. So
Did you hear about that?
no, I haven't. No, I haven't talked to you for a few days, Brim. So it's so no, I'm just kind of catching the tail end here. What happened?
Well, that seems to be the highlight of the evening.
wait. before he starts, when Marvin comes in, what is our story?
Can people
Are we
mute?
gonna pretend like he didn't lie?
Thank you for coming in, but can people mute? Thank you. It's very hard to hear people. Okay, can one person speak at a time? We'll go right down the line if you wanted. Instead of, everybody talking over everybody because it's hard to hear and I'm already half deaf. So, what did you want me to tell the story about what happened or? Is that, what everybody wanted to hear?
I think we're still talking to Marvin a little bit too. Yeah, he's confused.
Well, he probably wants to hear it too. He is the CIA and FBI and whatever else.
That. So that's what I was wondering. Like, when they get back, are we gonna be pretend?
Can you not unmute
Oh,
Marvin?
Here he is.
I think people can unmute themselves.
Actually, I'm just curious to what mindset you were in, what frequency you were in when you won 13 million.
Hold on.
I love this.
Hold on. Mr. Brian
Brim.
Is it Brim? Okay. Brim, have you been telling me this whole... Look, I am not on the online intelligence platform. Have you been telling me that this whole time I've muted myself?
Probably.
No.
Yeah,
Wow.
definitely.
I thought Miss Jackson had everything to do with this.
Oh, Lord.
Look,
Okay.
I have an Android. It's nothing fancy, trust me. I don't have that technology.
You said you have an Android?
No, iPhone.
Oh, if you have an Android, I'd just cancel me. Kill my feed. No, I'm kidding. Okay. How am I back on the target platform of all this? Why am I the focus? Where was Sharon? Sharon was talking. She's cute. Sharon, where are you at?
You are definitely bored, aren't you, Marvin?
I'm not bored.
Are you sure?
Listen, Sharon, let me tell you this. Sharon, you want to know the truth about me? I am sitting
Not
here.
really.
I am sitting. Well, not really. Okay, well, never mind. I won't tell you.
No, I'm giving you shit. You're sitting here and what?
I'm sitting here on a plane. I am in Dallas, Texas. I am about to fly to McCarran Airport in Las Vegas, and I'm about to go play in a poker tournament in about 4 hours, and I have nothing to do. You're right. I have
The money that's a really good person, this girl right here. So if you want to throw money away, I'll talk to you for a while. I'll be your friend. I'll just throw it in this slot machine.
Well, what are you talking about? Like, what are you gonna throw away money? Money has value. I don't just give money. You want to come to Vegas? Where you live? I'll pick you up. I got a plane. Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Hey, Brim,
Yeah?
did you see the Phoenix Lights in Mexico? New video, man.
Well, I will.
It's
I'll get to
good.
Actually, I did see those lights.
Yeah, them Phoenix Lights showed up in Mexico, man. I couldn't believe it.
You guys see me talking about that.
Man, UFOs have been going everywhere.
Yo, they're showing up in Mexico. I got another one in England, and that's very rare to see UFOs in England. We don't get many videos from there.
No.
Okay. That's gonna be the topic. I gotta go.
Nice to meet you, Marvin.
Nice
Make
to meet
that
you.
video go viral. Brim needs the attention and the support. So make good with what you say.
Hey, Bryn, I'm gonna still use your video. Look, I got 30-some thousand followers now. I'm gonna promote you, so I hope you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, brother. Later.
Later. All right.
Yeah,
So
hey,
anybody?
Eldad, drop down and come back.
Oh, Miss
So
Jackson, so full of shit, man. Damn.
Yeah, that was weird. So wait, so now he's on a on a plane, and I'm air quoting right now to go to Vegas to play in a poker tournament. He was CIA, FBI, like
Yeah, if he's a poker guy, he's also got all the poker stories.
yeah, like what?
Hey, you gotta say that was fun entertainment. It got me to my drive
Yeah,
home.
I'm curious about his page. I didn't want to look, but if he has that many followers, I guarantee you he has like 2 videos.
Yeah, he's got
If,
I
like,
checked it out. He's got a lot of he does have a lot of views on his post though.
I messaged Brim. I'm like, red flag, red flag, red flag. This dude is no.
Like, how many videos does he have though? Because with that
No,
many,
he's got a
like,
bunch. They're all reposts. They're not his original.
yeah, though that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Like, it's a bot. It's a bot page for sure.
But numbers are good. I'm just trying to be supportive. I don't think there's anything nefarious going on. It just might not be exactly.
Oh
what
no,
he's saying it is.
no, there is everything nefarious going on, and he also like just his voice. He said he was 40 something. No, he's 27.
No.
He's not. He's
I don't
just
think
being a
there's anything
turd.
truthful that came out of his mouth.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was hilarious. I couldn't stop
And I'm
laughing.
an empath. Like
It's
that's
funny when
why.
people come into rooms like this thinking that nobody can read them.
Yeah, I'm like,
We're
dude,
all
I'm an
fucking reading the
empath.
guy.
Yeah, in a media, like, come on, you're fucking.
You all
There
know
was
he's
some
probably
truth,
listening-
but
he's not
not a
he's
lot.
listening to what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm an empath too. He was so far off. It was ridiculous. Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, he had
You
like
guys,
his
I'm gonna
tricksters.
sign off, but it's nice to see y'all. Capri, Miss Jackson,
Yeah,
Sonia,
you
Brim.
too.
You too.
Nice to see you, Sharon.
Yeah, I've just kind of been on a hiatus with TikTok doing, real life Muggle
Same.
3D stuff over here. But it's my first time on a live for a few days. So I just want to say I
Yeah.
love you guys. Thanks for the entertainment. Good conversation. Bram, let's check in soon. We'll have another good conversation. You can catch me
Yeah,
up on
we'll
what's
talk
going
about
on in your life.
that.
Definitely. I love y'all.
Love you all.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Kisses.
Mwah.
I just deactivated coming to this live. I deactivated my account because of all the negative bullshit. Oh my.
Yeah, no, I just don't come on for a bit, and then the algorithm and universe is like, look at these amazing people. Which, speaking of which,
Well, the higher you go,
I'm gonna follow you, Sonia.
Well, I'm gonna probably deactivate again right after this, but
Oh, and you, Peppery.
I come on and off.
I'll follow you back. Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Nice little
same.
vibe
Like,
up in here.
I haven't been on in like a couple weeks just to be like detox and be like. I mean, I'll like watch. I'll watch, but like when I go on live, like I usually end up finding karaoke rooms, honestly, when I want to like chill, and I just end up singing and be like, okay, bye.
I just call
I
Bram
love
to
combos.
I call him and say, okay, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then he'll tell
So-
me what's going on.
Sorry.
Wow, that was hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing.
No, because the back to back was so funny. Because because she's so like feisty and like spicy, so it was just funny. Because
I don't. Well, I have done. Like I have a actual like background in like that stuff, so I'm not stupid. Like
Right, of course not.
I know what is legit. Like I worked with HSI, DEA, freaking FBI. Like okay. So you did that? Well, let me ask you some fucking questions there,
Right.
guy.
Especially has the
Like,
abilities, like the empathic abilities. So you're gonna read people's
yeah.
stuff. He was mad. He was
Yeah.
like, oh shit,
I
like
was
I gotta
He
go.
didn't know.
I was thinking,
He didn't know. So then he's like, well, let me tell you my story. And I'm like, okay, yeah, let me hear your script. Let me hear your script. Because I knew. I'm like, okay, you got a script. All right, let's hear your fucking sob story script. And that's what he sent. That's exactly what it was.
His hands are like,
Like-
fumbling while he's holding the paper. He's like, ah, damn, like she got me.
Yeah, like, okay.
You don't even need that background of how he was lying without the gifts, empath abilities and stuff. It's like these are
He's probably like ghost watching right now. Like came back.
That's what I was saying.
You know,
earlier,
like
yeah.
he's like, "Ah."
I mean, considering like what we talk about in here, like, you have trolls everywhere, but it's always
Well-
more prominent with this type of like topic. You know, this vibe.
yeah.
You
And
come
he
out
didn't
of,
even know.
Yeah, he didn't know, but then who was a UFO god was like, oh, he said, oh, you guys are talking about this? I'm out. And I'm just laughing because I was like, yeah, because you can't handle like the high vibe and the fact that you have this whole feisty, like protective woman on here, you know, she's coming out. Like, there's no escaping it. It was so funny.
And that's
It's
what makes the great live. Everybody that's in here.
No,
The mom
great.
vibe came
It's a
out.
vibe.
The protective lioness.
Protective mom. Yes, the lioness. It's giving like Sekhmet energy. Oh my goodness. But we need that. You know, you need that. You need like to be, you know, more defensive because people, they try to see where the cracks are and weave their way in.
Yeah, especially trolls. And I'm so sick of fucking trolls. Hello,
Right.
Art
Hey, y'all.
Nephilim.
Yeah, they need to be incinerated. Bye-bye. They do.
They definitely do.
But you did. You burned his ass.
He was
He was crying on his way out.
I kept saying, "You go, girl. You go, girl."
Yeah,
I was
Like-
like, yeah, that's how we got it. I was like, what do
now
I need
you
to
know
say
how
anything?
how I do. I
Yeah,
know
it's
you
a
were
lot of
good.
fun.
I was worried. I was like, am I being too much? But I'm glad that you were like all a part of it.
Actually, after you did that, like the whole space got recalibrated. Like it's clean in here.
Yeah. Good.
The energy is just clean. It's fresh. We can like continue because it got
Awesome.
murky the second he joined. I was like, oh,
That's how I feel too, honestly. I'm like, it does.
ew, why is it like y'all smell that? Like it
Like
smells
he came in with like that. It was like that, like dirty, privileged, like gooky, freaking
Ooh, yeah.
white boy, like yeah, like frat boy, like I'm just gonna like, hey, I have money, like get out of here, cool.
Behavior is disgusting.
Yeah, like, oh, you're gonna say that you won millions of dollars and you're just like, but I don't care. Okay, bro.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, who gives a shit? I work for a living. Good for you. Go to Vegas.
Hello, Ark. Welcome to the live. As you see, we're enjoying ourselves up here.
I see that. I didn't want to interrupt.
It was hilarious. You missed it earlier.
Man.
Yeah, it sounds like I did miss it doing something.
Yeah,
Just. Sorry.
I forgot what I was saying. I don't know what I was saying. I forgot. Oh, darn.
You were telling her what she missed.
Oh, yeah, the guy came up here and he was like, blah, 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 about I got 13 million, I'm the FBI, CIA, and this and that. And she just laid into him. It was hilarious.
Did I have an accent?
Who, me?
No, the guy that came up.
Oh.
It kind of fluctuated, don't you think? Like Sometimes
No,
the
I mean
accent,
he sounded mostly American.
yeah.
I didn't pick up an accent.
Every once
He
in a while,
said
I hear a little
he
bit of
grew
Spanish.
up in tech. Well, yeah, like
You
actually, you're
said
right.
Texas, it
Like
might actually be the same guy. Then.
yeah, he said he grew up in Texas, but then as he was talking, it didn't sound like Texas anymore. And I've spent
No.
time in Texas. Like it went from Texas to like Pennsylvania. Like not even like it was just like all American.
Yeah, like
White
country
boy.
bumpkins for like news
Yeah,
reporters.
like he
show
wasn't
his
from
face?
Texas. The picture. I mean, Broom had they're friends, and I didn't friend him, but I think
First he said he was
Case.
CIA, and then he said he was FBI.
Yeah, first he said he started out with like, "Oh, what are you talking about?" Like, but and then somehow like, "Oh yeah, I'm CIA." But or was CIA, and then it became FBI, and then it became like retired lottery winner, and then it became I'm on a plane on my way to Vegas right now because I'm a pro poker player.
And then he,
Like, what the fuck is going on with your story in the last 5 minutes, bro? Get it right. But that wasn't even his life story of being like, yeah.
It's just funny because before he said he was on the plane to
and then he said
Vegas,
he
he
was old
said,
because he was
I'm not going to
43.
Vegas anymore. He was like, I'm tired of Vegas.
Yeah.
He really seems like this guy that came in my life the other night. His name in it like was Lucifer Morris.
Oh, it was like, this
Uh,
one started with an M. And he was like, oh, I have like 13,000 followers.
It was Marvin Be Good or something like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure if it is the same guy, then he's.
Oh, wait,
probably
hold
got
on. We
multiple
can
names.
look in the back chat. Yeah. Marvin D. Combs 2.
Yeah, Marvin D. Combs. Isn't that some famous actor or some sort of singer or something?
Something from music person, I think.
Yeah. But like old
Oh, I
time.
wonder if I can copy and
Yeah,
post.
the picture's not the same guy, but it may not even be
Well,
him.
but
No,
it's a
I know
fake.
who Lucifer
and-
is.
But I even said like it's a bot farm like profile, and that got him flustered too. He's like, what? I'm like, a bot farm, like people make a profile.
And sell
Like
it.
there's literally a room with like thousands of phones, and they like give you likes, and you can create a profile and have it like look real. Because he's like, I don't follow anyone, but I have like 13,000 followers, and that was my first red flag of like, oh, so you have a bot farm profile. Like,
I
I'm-
hardly
I have-
follow anybody, and I'm a little over 5K, but I hardly.
yeah,
follow
but
anybody.
you're a real person.
Almost definitely.
Like this, like him saying that, like I know what bot farmers are. I have a lot of IT friends, and I actually like just had like a hour and a half like thing where this dude like taught us all about it, and I was like, well, like with AI and all the crap going on, like, you know, like you can't even believe videos these days because AI is so freaking crazy. Like it looks just like real life. If like someone's saying something and you're like, wow, that actor just said that, or that video, that no. It could be AI. It could be manipulated. Like it's absolutely mind blowing. So
So, does anybody have anything they want to share, like paranormal, spiritual?
I mean, I have plenty of stories.
I
was
know,
just
right?
listening to yours. We have so many. We had a lot to talk about.
We can go right down the line.
I live in a hot spot, but
Yeah, let's go down the line because I feel like we all have it.
Okay, so we're doing. I guess we're going like top to bottom then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I recently started. I mean, I'm in New York, so sometimes it's more congested. I feel like in the sky, but recently there's been more activity because I've seen things like progressively over the years, but I definitely have recently had like more notable experiences just because as I started to progress further into like expanding my knowledge on a lot of galactic races out there, I read this book called A Gift from the Stars by Elena Danaan, I think her last name is. But she was an abductee, well, yeah, and a contactee as well. And she has like a whole bunch of information in her book. But a lot of what I read in there resonated with beings that I would see and encounters that I had. And most of them would be in like the dream state, like the astral experiences that I had, but I would see UFOs a lot. And about like the beginning of last week, I was in my backyard around this time at night, and I was listening to something for CE5 specifically because I was setting the intentions of like, oh, you know, I'm on the highest timeline of like safe, open contact with like star family, other races, you know, I want this, you know. And the second I was about to get up and like fold the chair that I was sitting out on, I look up and there's like this orange beam, like this orange vehicle, I want to say, like really high up, and it darts across like the sky towards like the right, like 3 seconds, maybe even shorter than that. It was like extremely high speed, and then it just disappeared. But it was after I was affirming out loud and listening to the frequencies that I was. And then I was just shaking because back in 2018, I remember I was with my mom and we were we were talking outside on like our front yard. And it was around 8 o'clock at night, and we see again the orange sort of ships, orange lights. And there's about 7 to 8 of them in like this triangular sort of form, flying in unison. And one neighbor happened to be out, but she's like, oh wow, they're lanterns. And we're laughing like, hell no, those are not lanterns because they don't go that high up and they burn out. So for them to be moving at that speed on top of that, and then they just randomly kind of just dissipate, like there was no clouds out, it was a clear sky, you can't say that. And they were like in this triangular sort of unified system, and they're flying in unison. And I noticed a lot of weird stuff happening after that time frame of like 2018. So time skip to now, last week is when I saw that one thing in the sky. But as I kind of dived further down my own journey and like had started seeing more things, especially just like within my house, kind of like when I'm in that dream-like state or meditating or whatever, I noticed like kind of similar to you, Brim, like you were getting those like unknown phone calls. I started getting flooded with them like for the past 2 days, and I would block some unknown caller IDs, but like then I would get more. It was like another unknown caller ID picking up, and I'm like, that's weird. And it just reminded me there's a correlation here to like 2018 and 2024, because again, when I was seeing those things in the past and I had like all this government information I was looking into, like all these alien races, just connecting a lot of different dots with beings I would see in my dreams, I noticed that one day, nobody was home, so it was just me in the house. There was like this random black car that pulled up in front of my house, and I couldn't really identify who or where they were from because the windows were kind of tinted and it was dark out. And the alarm in my house went off, like the ADT alarm, even though nobody was in it and nobody opened the door. So I was freaking out because it felt like such an isolated experience. Like everybody's out at work or like they're coming back home. I'm the only person home. You know, I'm like a sophomore in high school. It was like summer break, I think. And I noticed when I looked out the window, like very discreetly, it's like the lights of the car, they were like flashing kind of almost like to get my attention. So I'm like, nah, like I'm not. I made sure all the doors were locked. And it was only after I found like more information, like when I was very intently like uncovering a lot of just ET, information, getting connected with myself and my dreams again, like, some crazy stuff. My dreams were also really weird at the time because I would see a lot of like gray aliens and then be put in those positions where like I wasn't necessarily taken away in them, but I was almost in a nasty situation, and then my guides would come in and sweep me away. Or like my Arcturian, some Arcturian star family would intervene and then take me away because I would see that blue light. And so I was always protected, but I definitely got a taste of like the ickier side of like the astral attacks that would happen to people. And that's when I saw that car out there, and it stayed there, like it wouldn't leave. And I don't know who was in there, but I called my brother, and he happened to be on his way home, and I told him what happened, and he was like, I don't understand why the alarm would go off if nobody was home, but I'm like, I'm on the train, like I'm almost there. And he was like, don't worry. That car didn't leave until he was like 5 minutes away because he called me back. And then they left, and I was just like, I don't know what that is. And this was all in the same time frame of seeing those lights in the sky, having the dreams, and then we time skip to now. I don't really have any nasty experiences because, I know I'm protected. And they're usually almost always positive. But recently I've started getting those calls as I've like discovered more, and after I finished reading that book. I have like 2 books specifically related to ET contact and what some of the races are out there and like what agendas are, really good useful information. So here we are today, just always having these crazy experiences and dreams. But that's one of my stories that were more recent.
And Miss Jackson, do you have anything you want to add to it? I see you bursting out of the scenes down there.
Oh, geez. Well, I have to like say during it, otherwise I'll forget what I want to say. And I've worked on not interrupting in my years of ADHD of excitement. Yeah, so with the fire alarm thing, like just starting off with that. So I bought this house last October, and when I first moved in, like it was first built in the 1930s. So I'm like, okay, it's obviously got some shit. And I grew up with paranormal stuff my whole life. I have so many freaking stories as a child of stuff, and from my mother, and like telling me of things that she's done and seen. Black Brim Hat Man, but that was pretty much anyway. So I've never seen him because I protect myself. Anyway, yeah, so I move in, and all of a sudden I hear a fire alarm going off, and I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, what room is that in? And I'm like looking around, and it's funny because I think I had said something out loud of like, to if there was anything in here, because I have the Irish way of, if you're cool, I'm cool, we can be cool together. But all of a sudden the fire alarm starts going off, and it's in this back room by my living room, which is going to be my art studio. And I'm like, as I walk up to it and open the door, it stops. I'm like, that's weird. So I'm a month from then, I let one of my friends stay because he just came up from Virginia, broke up with his girlfriend. He's working at the fire department and he doesn't know how long he'll be up. And I'm like, you can stay for a couple of months, whatever. I have a spare room. The first like couple weeks he's here, all of a sudden, the fire alarm goes off in the spare room he's in. I walk in and I'm like, what the heck? He's like, I don't know. And we're like, what's going on? And then as I walk in, the one in the attic, which is attached to the spare room, starts going off. And I'm like, I'm like, I told him, I'm like, the spirits, I don't think like you because this is not working out. I took it off the wall and like, it was still going off. And I'm like, batteries, like, I'm like, what is happening here? And then all of this, like, finally it was like, it's cool, you guys, like, stop it. Like, it stopped. And I'm like, oh my gosh. It hasn't happened since. Like, he's not here anymore. I haven't had any random fire alarms going off because I think now, like, for one, I've definitely done some saging and, like, openness talking of, yo, chill. I'm chill, you're chill. Like, but they haven't gone off. And if they do tonight, I'm gonna blame this talk, by the way. No, but that was I just wanted to go off of like what she was saying because yeah, it was very peculiar. But no, one of the experience I want to talk about, and I don't know if I did with you, Brim, or any of you, of when I actually saw a gray.
I've never seen a gray.
So, this was 2010. I was seeing this guy, and this is in New England area, and we went. I was living out of my truck at the time. I was working 2 jobs, by the way. Living out of my truck because I was trying to save up. I didn't want to renew my apartment, so it was like a month or 2 out of my truck, but I also had a tent so I could like find a place and camp out. I mean, I'm in New England, but I didn't want to like renew my lease on my apartment because I wanted to move to Colorado. And that was like what I was working towards. So I'm like, all right, fine, I can do this. Like, whatever. Like, I'm working, sleep in a truck, a tent. Like, I've had worse. Anyway, I saw a bunch of started to see a bunch of paranormal stuff in the sky. But as him and I go to this little private beach by this lake. It's called Lake Eden. It was like we weren't supposed to be there, but there was like only like 2 houses, and it was the middle of the night, and no one knew. And we're like, oh, set up a blanket and hang out, talk, make out a little bit. But all of a sudden, there was like these weird like calls, and they weren't animal calls. I studied animal calls. I took environmental technology in tech school, and I was like, I know pretty much every animal call in the state and like region, and it was weird. It was different. I'm like, and he's like, yeah, that sounds weird. And it was there it was like communication. And all of a sudden he looks up, he's like, there's someone watching us in that bush behind us. And it was like 50 feet away. And we both look up. And we're like, we're laying down. And we both look up. And this figure walks out. And I remember it plain as day. Like, I have a photographic memory when it comes to like important shit. And this thing, so when you said, and that's why I stayed in, Brim, it walked awkwardly, but it wasn't 300 pounds. It looked all gray. It was like no clothes. It was a figure. You couldn't make out any actual features. And I'd say it was about 5 foot something at most. And it was just walking kind of like, not robotically, but like left to right to left to right, like, but like going forward at the same time. And because it like realized that it was spotted. And the one thing that blows my mind, and I don't understand why this has never been a thing that anyone else has seen, this big thing came off the back of it and went to a point, and it was black, but it reminded me of a garbage bag, but it just appeared out of fucking thin air off its back to a point, and then it just kept walking, and it acted like it was walking to a house, like the one house with a light, and then it didn't go to the house, it just walked into the darkness, and then we looked at each other and we're like, we should leave. Like, yeah, I think it's time to leave. And that was like that experience, but the thing that came off its back to a point but it wasn't just like smooth. It kind of had like a lined texture to it, I guess you could say. But it was round and then went to a sharp point. I don't know. That was, and the fact I saw it with someone else, and no, we were not on any drugs. like that's the thing. We were not on drugs, and it was just absolutely crazy. But their head wasn't like super big. I mean, it looked pretty proportionate to the body, but it was like light, like I'd say gray-ish, whitish, grayish. It wasn't a person. If it was a naked person, I would have been like, dude, you're naked. Like, there was no kind of like identifiable things on it, which was interesting. I didn't see its face, but
Yeah, because the way
yeah.
it was moving was crazy.
Yeah, it was like beep, beep. It was like fidgety, like left, like right, left, and then it was just awkwardly trying to act normal, and that's what made it even more awkward. Like it was weird.
It was kind of funny.
Yeah, it it made it identifiably not normally, like not a human. Like, I'm gonna, and the fact that it tried to go towards, like, a house, acting like, well, I'm just gonna act like this is my house, and then it just took a sharp right, like, away from it, like, into the darkness. It's like, bro. But then the fact that there were several others around us that were there, communicating, literally, like, we were like, we need to leave, because we were probably surrounded by dozens. I don't even know. Like, they were like, oh, the humans are going to mate. Like, honestly, that's what exactly. Like, they were, like, watching us, like, talking, making out. They're like, the humans are gonna mate. And then he realized there was someone in the bush. And they were like, oh, shit. Fred, I was identified, and they're like, get the fuck out of here now. You're gonna blow their cover. We want to see a mate. Like, you ruined it. Like, and honestly, there were no other sounds after that. No other sounds. We're like, we're getting out of here. Like, if it was an animal, it would have continued. But it stopped after fucking Fred got discovered. Like, fucking Fred ruined it for everyone. They all went home with blue balls. Anyway, that's my that's my experience. We all went home with blue balls that night.
And you said it had like no ass crack, no nothing, like nothing.
No identifiable, like it was just smooth rolling.
Ew, did it have like no face?
I didn't see its face. Like it made sure to like not show its face at all.
That sounds like, I don't even know, because it was butt naked, but it had no genitals that you could.
Well, I didn't see because it literally came like left the bush, but like the back of the bush. So it came out sideways and then just the back of it. But then it was sideways. And it was like doing the sideways, like it was doing like awkward, but I never saw a front. And then the fucking black weird thing came out of his back, which I was like, what the fuck? And I said that to the dude. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is that? And we're just watching it until it leaves. And that's when we looked at each other and he's like, we should go. And I'm like, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. What the fuck was that? Like, like, what? Like, yeah.
That's so creepy. What the heck?
I mean, I don't get scared easily, so I was just kind of like, what the fuck? I don't know how he felt, but I was just like, that was interesting.
I mean, he's like, damn, I was about to get some, and this fucking thing just messed it up for all of us.
Well, yeah, no, he was kind of a douchebag, so yeah. I'm just appreciative that the universe put me with that douchebag for that time period to be able to experience that. That's how I see it.
What did you think you learned from?
Huh?
What did you think you learned from that?
Well, I mean, so during my time when I was in my truck, okay, so that was one of the best, like, closest, like, I saw one in person, but, I actually was coming back, my shitty truck had a gas leak, and, I was coming home from work one night. I worked as a sous chef in a kitchen, and I ran out of gas, so I pulled over into, like, this parking lot, and I had to call my friend. I'm like, hey, can you come bring a gas can? This is around, like, almost midnight, like, I ran out of gas. She's like, yeah, okay, I'll be there in, like, 30, 40 minutes, because it was about that distance. So I'm sitting there looking at the mountain line, and I just see all these little lights on the ridge, like the mountain ridge line. I live in a mountainous area, and they're just shooting up like pew. So you remember that newscast video where there's all those little lights flying around and they're like, oh, what is that? Well, that's what it looked like, but it was like dark as fuck. I don't know if you know what I'm referring to, but they're just flying around, and it was kind of like they're playing and they shoot off and then reappear, and there were dozens of them, and it just kept it happened for the whole time I was sitting there waiting for her, and then she shows up, and she, put gas in my truck, and I'm like, hey, look at that, what do you think that is? And she was kind of peculiar of a person, great girl, but I think I don't know. Anyway, she's like, oh, maybe a power line? I'm like, no, there's no power lines. So I'm like, alright, that happened, let's go, I'm fucking tired. As I'm going into work the next day, I'm looking at the ridge line, no power lines. Another experience, I camped out at this, in my truck, same time period, within a, month or two. You're gonna laugh at this, because I still do. I'm like, in my truck, and I vivid lucid dream. Like, I know when I'm dreaming and when I'm not. It seemed like a dream, But I didn't remember anything after, and then I woke up, which means maybe it wasn't. So I see a bright light coming in my truck. I wake up, I crawl across the driver's seat, open up the passenger door in the front of my truck, get out, and I look up and I say, look, you can take me, but just don't anal probe me. And that's the last thing I remember. And then I woke up. So my butt didn't hurt. And I don't think it was just a dream, because I would have remembered more after that if it was. So that is my that is my story. Like, legit, I have vivid lucid dreams that just go on all night, and the fact I didn't remember anything after saying that makes me think maybe it wasn't. So, and that was in that whole same time period of everything. So yeah, that's my story. Just don't need a probe. That's all I asked them. Just don't need a probe. Like, my butt didn't hurt, so I think it worked.
Oh my God.
Yep. You gotta have a sense of humor with them. Otherwise, they just won't get it.
Well, hello, Rachel. How are you? Oh my Lord. Anybody else got anything to add to the anal probing?
What are we talking about besides anal probing?
I can't help it. This entire life has been funny as hell.
I just came in, so I missed it, but I'm glad you're laughing.
Oh, we were professional here. Okay. We were talking about what we're talking about. It's a spiritual chat. We're talking about people's spiritual encounters and stories they'd like to share, so we can learn from each other. And yeah.
Sweet, sounds good.
And Ark is next.
Did you say something to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're next.
I'm sorry. I stepped away and then I came back. And I said BRB. I came back. I don't know what we're doing.
Oh, we're still telling story. We're telling stories and accounts that happened to each one of us. You're next in line. It could be like a paranormal encounter, a spiritual encounter, an extraterrestrial encounter, or something you learned in your spiritual journey in your life.
Can we skip me and go back for a second? I'm having a family moment. Sorry.
Sure, no problem. Next will be Heather. Okay, well, she must be still working. How about you, Rachel?
What is this? What are we sharing?
Spiritual stories or paranormal stories or anything spiritual that you'd like to share, so we can all learn to raise our vibration and frequency to a higher level.
Spiritual.
It could be spiritual, it could be paranormal, could be extraterrestrial, anything like that.
Well, I don't know about exactly what this was per se, but I decided to do like smudge my area of my room after I had gone through like this dark period, and then I was getting more spiritual and stuff, and I wanted to cleanse and do this whole thing, so I got like the sage and the feather, and I blessed everything and all. And that same night I saw like 3 different it was like very very real and vivid to me. Like the first one, I was looking out the windows at nighttime, and it was it was really tall, looking like a walking tree. Like it like had limbs, but it was like stick like. It was tree looking, just walking through the yard. That one didn't really bother me too much, and I just like, you know, was like, what the, like I can still picture it in my head. The next one was probably the scariest because it was, I was in my room, like the space that I did the, you know, the cleansing and removal of that stuff. And I don't know if I'd like ticked whatever off, but I went to leave my room. I had my door closed, and when you pull on the knob, you pull it towards you. I couldn't open it. Like something was on the other side, like pulling it shut, like keeping me in there. And then I finally like pulled hard enough, and I opened it, and it was like this, like 4.5, like 4 foot tall thing that resembled. It was like a cross between, the face looked like very sinister, but the face was like a mix between my daughter's face and my daughter's brother. Like I raised him pretty much since he was a baby. He's like 19 now, but it was like their faces mixed in, but it was like this, and had this really sinister smile on his face. Like it was messing with me, and like, and just like ran off and disappeared. Like it was messing with me, and it was, I was shocked, like I was frozen. It was so creepy. And then the final one was like I was lying in bed, and I turned over, and there was this old, very very old like woman person, like staring at me, like lying in my bed looking at me. And I didn't get scared. I was just like, I had enough at that point. I was like, and made like wished it away and closed my eyes and opened my eyes back up, and it was gone. But I don't know if like those things were like mad that I cleansed or whatever it was. I didn't get, you know, nothing happened after that. Like it was like maybe they were just, you know, showing themselves and leaving. But the one where the door was being like pulled shut and I couldn't get out of my room, that one was, then it looked like the kids. It's like, oh my gosh.
When you said that, I'm getting mimic. It was a mimic.
What would that be? Like, what do you think?
A mimic is a being that mimics. It tries to mimic a human, and it does evil things. Tries to put fear into people and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that one I like actually froze. I got like, was in shock because I'm like, what am I seeing? But you know, it was just that one time. And the fact that it was, you know, solid looking, like it looked like an actual, like it wasn't just, you know, like apparition or like just like see through or anything. It was like something. And I don't know, but that one freaked me out. Miss Jackson said, did the last one have glowing eyes? The one in the bed was more like just empty, unalived eyes, just like nothing there. Not necessarily like illuminating, but just dull, empty.
That one feels like a soulless.
Yeah.
Like an NPC being.
Yeah, nothing said or talked or did anything besides like the sinister kind of like laughter kind of thing with the second one. But I don't know. I mean, it disappeared. I didn't get anything like any telepathic message or anything. It was just like I was being messed with, and that was it.
Yeah, it seems like they wanted to. What I'm getting from that right there, it feels like that they wanted to they want to install fear in you because they knew you two were greater, and your energy was very. I know you. I've known you for a while, and it seems that your energy has been growing and growing and growing, and they were afraid of that happening. So that's why they sent all those beings at you, because they wanted you to have that fear, so you wouldn't go on this path. But you did, and you became stronger, and now you're not fearing that no more.
Yeah, and I think I like recognized that that I did have the power, and I wasn't, I was starting to empower myself and feel stronger, and that's why getting my strength back, and I was sick and stuff, so I was like, I'm ready to, you know, like get this get myself stronger, my relationship with God or universe and my higher self stronger, and I'm like, I'm gonna start here. Yeah.
Whenever you feel somebody trying to take your energy, like, somebody we ain't mentioning, um, or a being trying to, tap into your energy and take it or install fear, you always remember that. I always remember that one line. Then that was at the end of the Labyrinth, where Sarah was talking to the Goblin King, and he's like, "I did everything for you," and she answers back, "You have no power over me." If you
Oh my
believe that,
gosh, I love the fact you referenced the labyrinth. I'm sorry, I just had to say that. Thank
and
you.
um, you have no power over me. It's not just saying it; it's believing it. And a lot of people just say, "Oh, well, you have no power over me." When you can say it all you want, but you have to truly mean it. Not within your mind, within your heart, and within your soul, and within your gut. You gotta believe that. And when you manifest that energy, that power within inside of you, you're unstoppable. And from when I first met you, Rachel, yes, your voice was like fingers on a chalkboard. We joke about that a lot. And I've seen you grow. I've seen you grow in a matter of a year from where you were to where you are now. You have grown so much, and I admire that through all those things that you went through and what we went through with that other person, that you became a very high vibrational person with a lot of love and a lot of admiration to help bring out the cause of spirituality and raise the higher vibration of everybody around you, because you bring that ray of light to the darkness.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Yeah, it's been a journey, and we've known each other for over a year now. So yeah, it's you've seen it, and yeah, you too. I'm proud of you too, brother. You're awesome. Yeah, we've grown a lot, and we help each other grow.
No problem, Sister of Light, Miss Divine. Anybody? We're back to Cap.
Capri.
Capri.
So, Haley. My name's Haley. We can call me Haley. But no, I love the fact that you mentioned that scene of Labyrinth, because I watched Labyrinth like last week, and I used to have such a big crush on David Bowie when he did that movie. He also had really tight leggings in that movie. Like, they were really tight. But it's a perfect example of, stating your sovereignty and just saying something with much conviction, because that's how you create that barrier. And, I've noticed as I fully started stepping more into that myself, because, we're all on that journey of empowerment, right? And so I noticed that more of the nastier interactions or encounters that I've had with certain entities just gradually faded away because of the inner knowing and not just saying it emptily, like empty words,
And that brings me to another movie reference. You're going to love this one. Like The Wizard of Oz. Dorothy had the red shoes all along, but the good witch sent her all through Oz to do all this stuff, but at the end, she had the power all along. She just didn't realize it and believe it. And that is what we need to do,
100%.
She goes, "Oh, Dorothy, you had the power all along. Just click your heel 3 times and you'll be home."
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I've had I can talk about a really crazy astral experience that I had. This one, I have plenty of positive stories too, like of extraterrestrial astral encounters, but this one was when I would see certain reptilians and certain grays. And there's so many grays. There's so many different branches of like reptilian races, gray races, you know, because people usually get caught up on the single example of like the gray skin, you know, with a certain like height, when you have different variations of that. And in one astral experience I had, this happened through being in the dream state and then being like through that transitioning into like this astral experience. And so I remember the first segment was like me being in a shopping center outside somewhere, like an outlet, and I was with some family members, and I noticed as we were approaching the car with like things that we got to bring home, there's like these certain craft in the sky, but they look very, some of them look more bug-like, if that makes sense. Like they had a certain chrome finish to them, and the shape of them kind of reminded me of like if you're trying to mimic a wasp or some sort of fast-moving bug. And so you do that with the technology in order to create the, I don't know, it affects speed. Okay. It affects speed, stuff like that. But I noticed that a whole bunch of them started to come out in the sky. And it felt very, very real. And I could smell everything around me. You know, everything was very lucid. I could feel things around me. I could speak clearly. And so there's about 5 of them that start coming. And we're getting in the car at that point, but there's some small panic from like other people around in the area. And we're driving home. And then by the time we get there, I noticed like not too many other family members are around. It's just me and my mom, but we still have the stuff that we picked up at the store. So it's like shopping bags. And the street seemed a little bit more elongated and like slightly larger. But I noticed that some actual things look slightly different. But there was the same, you know, my block. And I'm bringing bags to the front door, and I notice there's this certain vehicle parked like right across the street from us, like a little bit further down, not too far away, and it looks like one of those ships. And something within me froze because I realized at that point I was in a state of paralysis. So I was actually having paralysis. Like I couldn't move my body. Even, you know, as I'm conscious of that, like I was having sleep paralysis. I wasn't just frozen in the dream or whatever that was. And the windows are tinted. I'm trying to see who's inside. And I noticed the closer I look, because it wasn't completely blacked out, just really dark gray. I see big black lensed eyes, like they were black eyes, but they had that glossy sheen associated with, you know, when you typically look at certain aliens or whatever. And the second I realized what it was that I was looking at, my heart sank, and it got out of the I guess the driver's side, because it had like this convertible sort of door. This wasn't like the saucers that you usually see where somebody's ejected from like below the system that they're using. This was kind of like a solo vehicle where it would fit 2 people max, and you would have to come out of the side. So it converts up in such a way where, again, it's like a bug. Like it's very sleek, very the finish was like chromatic, kind of like what you see in certain beetles where it's like that green, but the actual vehicle itself is black. So it had a certain sheen in the metal. They didn't look like anything of this world. It was like a different type of metal. And the second the door opens, it's this being that's about 5 feet, has brownish, ashen brownish sort of complexion, and it's like a gray type of being, and it looked really mean. Like it didn't have much of anything like happy about it going on. Like it looked like it was about business. And honestly, it looked like it was on its way to like I owed it money. That's how it was walking towards me. It was like I owed it something. And it starts walking at this speed that's like, yo, like I need to move, but I couldn't move. And it was about to reach out to me because it had a certain like speed in its step. It wasn't like fast walking like a battery goes up its ass, but it was like walking fast enough to where you would think, again, you owed somebody money, like they were about to beat you up or something like that, or snatch you, because the door was still open in that car or vehicle, I should say. And the only thing I could think of is they're gonna put me in that. And when it gets really close, I can make out every detail on the face, the skin, everything. Like, I was also trying to call for my mom, by the way, and I couldn't open my voice. Like, I couldn't say anything. My voice was constricted. Just, I was completely frozen, and it felt like this cool, this icy cold air like took over me, washed over my entire body. And as soon as it reached out without a word, I see this blue light, like this blue, really otherworldly, divine type of light, but I couldn't see who it was behind me. All I felt was this arm reach out and grab my shoulder and yank me away to the side before I could be pulled by this thing. And the second that happened, I instantly had control over my body, and I shot up out of bed like in the middle of the night. And I like had to take a deep breath in because it felt like somebody had put a steam hammer through my chest. And I couldn't breathe at first. And then all my senses came back. And I was like, what the heck just actually happened? Because let me tell you something. That blue light, right? I took a trip to Colorado back in 2022 or so. And I took a picture of the sky on my way back home, and I noticed that same blue light was in the sky only after I took the picture. And I took a picture of, again, of my cat when I was repainting like my room. It was nighttime, so there was no light coming through the windows or anything, you know, no flash, none of that. That same blue phantom light kind of was like coming like by the corner of my room near my window, but not directly from the window. And it was like in the back. And it was that same blue light. But anytime I've ever had weird encounters like that, where it'd be strange activity in my house, or like, you know, following after an astral experience like that, somehow, some way, there'd always be some sort of intervention, and I'd always be taken away before anything could happen to me. Because in those events, it was like attempted abduction. That's like the best way I could describe it. It was like attempting to take me, to harvest me in some type of way. But I can confirm, just based off of other dreams I've had like leading up to that were similar, where they were just attempts to do something to me, and then I'd have some sort of protection intervene. And then, you know, it was only until recently that I got confirmation that what that was like Arcturian star family reaching out to help me, because I'm very aware of what some of my star origins are, but I know that one of them I'm very linked to Arcturus, and that blue light was what that was. But it was the craziest. Yeah, we are all harvested, right? No, and it's true, like we are all harvested, but it's not always for bad necessarily. But these didn't feel good. Like, it was pure hate in this being's eyes. There wasn't anything progressive or welcoming about it. It didn't acknowledge the fact that what it was doing was traumatizing. It took pleasure in that, I want to say, but it wasn't so focused on anything else other than it had a mission, because it moved like it had a mission.
It had a malice mission, because what I'm getting from what you're saying right now, that it seemed like it wanted to wanted to take you to produce food.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the Arcturian, they're always there and they're protecting you. They're always going to be there. They're watching you all the time.
Yeah, like
That
that's so like really brings confirmation because even like after I was getting that encounter, like I kept hearing about Arcturians a lot more frequently than like what I typically would have heard before. Like I get more synchronicities like regarding them, just certain signs of like star family, and they'd always be there. Like certain numbers that I would associate with them, and
you're in the high city area, right?
yeah, I'm in New York, but I'm not specifically in the city. You know, I'm like
I'm getting that they
I
they
just
are
got
watching you.
archangels are them.
They're watching
archangels,
you.
right?
They're
They
watching you
are.
24/7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
I
getting
mean,
archangels are them.
oh, that
Like
light.
they're the name for them. That is them. Sorry. I had to I
Yes.
can
No, yeah,
I
like
don't know. I was
you're
getting a
open too.
commune. Yeah.
Yeah, for
No, I
sure.
was they were sorry. Yeah.
No, all is welcome. Like, don't even worry about that. It was, man. Cause I'm telling you guys, like, around that time frame when I was getting those dreams, like, leading back to, like I said, when I was like in my earlier high school years, I was getting certain dreams about like or astral experiences with grays and different beings. Like, I know that there's a certain group. There's a huge like system in Orion, and not all of Orion is bad. I think people have a misconception because they assume a lot of the agendas that are run by like certain reptilians or whatever and grays are all from Orion are bad. But this particular group was from there because I got confirmation in a dream about maybe more recently after that particular encounter where it was kind of like the follow-up, but as if you defeat like the aftermath of defeating something, right? So I'm by my house again in this experience, and I'm like on the side of my house where like we park the car and stuff, and like there's like the side door with the lamp. So I'm outside and I noticed like the energy just felt weird, like something told me to go outside. And I'm looking around, nobody's outside. The side door is open. The basement, that's where the basement is. And there's like rooms and stuff in the basement. It's like a little separate part of the house that's kind of like its own living space because there's a sink there. At the time, like my brother's room was down there. And when I look towards the side of the house and like really focus on where the energy I'm being pulled to is coming from, there's this 6 foot, it's not even 6 foot, like 7 foot, over 230, 45 pound reptilian, but it's frozen. It's male. It looks very much like a type of reptilian that I only ended up discovering in a book recently. So I just got like the biggest deja vu moment because I was like, yo, that's the same one that I remember seeing because it's different races, right? Get this though, it's frozen, like as if it had been some sort of other force was like paralyzing it, because nothing about it made it seem like it was dead and like frozen like that. It was like if you had stasis and then froze something in the middle of time and all consciousness in it was kind of like wiped out. It was just like boom, like can't move. And right in front of it is this certain gray. Didn't look like the one that I saw in that other dream. This is a different type. So like there were more noticeable features on it, like a smaller sort of nose, except there was more projection. The dimensions in its face were more pronounced, specifically around the nose bridge, but it was really small. The chin was like, weaker, smaller. And it had the lenses in the eyes, but it looked more dried up, as if something was used on it to kind of just burn it on the spot without destroying too much of its structural integrity. So everything was intact. The skin was still intact, but it looked kind of like crusty. And I was like, that's what you get, ho. Anyways, anyways, it was like frozen, both of them. This tall reptilian had sort of like a brownish, darkish, like swampy green complexion, plates all over the skin, very strong plated chest. This thing could like just crush you, you know, like it's had an impressive musculature, I must say. It was crazy. And the eyes were like an orange, sort of brownish, not brown, but an orangey, dingier sort of shade. And I ended up finding out that some of the eye colors that that particular race has are in fact orange. I was like, holy shit, like I got chills. Now, the crazy part about this was somebody down in the basement was waiting for me, and I remember they came up, and I couldn't really tell who it was because I wanted to say it was like my brother, but it wasn't really him. It was like somebody of benevolent nature taking on the form of something that I could identify as familiar, just in order to fulfill this, what was happening for me to see, for me to experience. Because they're like, yo, like, are you okay? No, we got to bring this down here. Come with me. And so I noticed we're able to like drag these bodies down the basement, and they're like, it's like picking up styrofoam almost, because except for the reptilian body, because that thing was like heavy, like we had to drag it down, but it never got out of that form that it was in. It was just like a stiff body. And I noticed there's all these like black, what would you even call that? Like small walls set up all around the basement. It's like really big. The floors are like white tile. There's certain drains built in, like a drainage system. And I realized that this is transitioning into something else, not a basement, but like a facility where you would take, I don't know, where you would need to have like a, like, I forget what you call those people. They wear the certain suits in order to keep them protected from like biohazard. I don't know why. Like a hazmat suit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so but we were wearing white because I remember they gave me something to put on to cover up with, and I had like a little bit of like white clothes on that were almost like vinyl material. Nothing could really, you know, it wasn't porous. It was definitely a protective clothing, and we're dragging these bodies through like these different blocked off areas, kind of like how if you go to a photo shoot, the photographer has like the black umbrella set up. It's like really white in the room. That's what it was like white and black. And so all I remember was they had this special sort of gas mask on, and they gave one to me, and they had a certain solution that I'd never seen before, but it kind of reminded me of like hydrochloronic acid or something, or hydrofluoric acid, something like that, which like melts. It's like highly acidic. And they put these bodies of the gray and of this reptile, whatever, into this giant tub, like specifically built for whatever was about to happen. And they're pouring all of this solution on the bodies, and they just start melting. Like it was so real, because I remember what the flesh smelled like, and it's not like human, like dead body smell. Like this is like something else. And I'm like, yo, what am I looking at? And then the person is like, no, like it's good, you're good. And when we were doing this is what was being narrated in the dream, because it was somebody speaking to me, like a guide or something like that. It was them. They were like, this is a unit from Orion. It's like a failed unit expedition. They are from a certain sector within the Orion agenda. Then they were saying a couple of other like code language that I couldn't really dissect, because it was like a lot of numbers and military jargon, if you will. And so they were like, yeah, once again, this was a unit in Orion, sector 5, 1, whatever. And then it the narration stopped, as if like somebody stopped speaking on a speaker. And then I remember waking up and then kind of getting a flash of that blue light, and then I was like, what the heck did I just experience? Because the whole day I was like geeking out. I was like, nah, like that was the craziest dream I had. Because after that following night, I remember seeing a ship in the sky. Some type of ship with a blue light. So that was crazy. If you're talking about protection and stuff like that, I feel like that was just like, I feel like it might have just been more of an alarm for like what was happening on a collective scale, because around that time, 2021 to like 23, mainly 21 to 22 is when a lot of like decimation of certain bases and stuff like that were being destroyed, where a lot of like certain grades were like being evacuated. So, you know, there was a lot of outside military of like positive, you know, intervention coming in, you know, certain like the federal command members like really doing their work or whatever. But this was around that time frame because it was so recent. And I noticed that all of those encounters that were nasty weren't really happening. And it was after a lot of guides came in. And then, of course, on a more collective scale, people were being pushed out and being sent and, you know, even put into like, I guess, galactic purgatory or whatever, because they broke, like you said earlier on in this live stream, like a lot of different codes. They breached them and they needed to leave. So I feel like it was a mixture of that in that one dream I just talked about. Because it was like clear as day. Like I smelled everything when I was in that room. And I was like, where am I? Because it wasn't a basement. I felt like the house was kind of like set up as a decoy, but very much still symbolic of saying, hey, like, you know, no negative energy or like extraterrestrial presence is like breaching this protective shield that is around your house as well. You don't have to worry about that. I never had a weird encounter ever again after that. Never. I've only ever seen great people. You know, because as above, so below, you have nasty and great people everywhere you go. But man, I've had some encounters where I had to beat some ass or have somebody help me because they were really out there trying, you know? They really were. It's insane how many times they've attempted.
They will always try that unless you're at a high. They can't attack and come at you if you're a higher frequency because they won't see you. And at that time, you were probably at a level where they could reach you, but now you're above that and you're in a higher frequency, so they can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because as I've elevated, as we all are, you know, progressively, that stuff is not relevant. And you know, they were irrelevant to begin with because even then I didn't give them that power, but I was definitely in a more vulnerable state because there were things that I was dealing with. I was very much going through a dark night of the soul, you know, around that time frame. And I felt smaller at that time, you know, even still understanding that I am, you know, protected. You know, you have to help yourself too. So it's about kind of meeting halfway with who's protecting you and who you're reaching out to, and then the inner work that you're doing for yourself. And so, you know, they definitely prey on that weakness because they look for any holes that they can put themselves in. And when you are all of love and light and that continues to grow, it like repels them. So I don't see any of that stuff anymore. I never see them. I never hear or experience or see any sightings within my astral experiences or dreams that I'm like, yeah, like this isn't right. everything is completely different now. But there were definitely abduction attempts. And I always wondered about a time specifically when I was about 4 years old, when I used to live in an old apartment and not the house that I'm in now, where I don't know if what I had was an abduction, because not all abductions are bad, but there's a difference between like being a contactee and then having abduction, because there's more of a positive intent when you have physical interactions, you know, with contact rather than being taken against your will. But this was, I say all this because I feel like there's a connection, and I'm still to this day trying to understand what happened, and maybe you guys can help me, because it never really disappeared from my memory, even as blurry as it got. And so what I'm about to say is, I was 4 years old. I just turned 4. And I was in the room of my mom's room with my brother at the time, my older brother, and we were watching TV sometime at night. And she had this huge mirror vanity, like connected to her bed. So it was like a whole set, right? A whole bedroom set. And so the mirror, you could look at everything in the room. That's how big it was, because, you know, it was like perfectly aligned to the wall. And we're laying on the bed, everything's fine. And I don't know what's playing on TV. I don't remember, but I, at some point, just remember being aware of the fact that the blue light was, you know, the natural blue light from the TV was pouring into the room. And all of a sudden, I had this crazy ringing in my ears, like this pressure was coming through my mouth. I could taste the pressure, if that makes sense. I could taste the diameter of pressure in my mouth, the circumference of like pressure building up in my mouth. And both of my ears were ringing, like, I can't even explain how loud this was. It was like a pulsating sort of ringing, and it was as if it took over the whole entire room, but nobody else could hear it except for me. And I started crying, and I'm holding my ears because I thought they were about to pop. But, you know, at 4 years old, you can't really, there was no way for me to articulate what was happening, right? And all of a sudden, as I'm crying, right, everybody that I'm in the room with, they're gone. It was like I was taken out for a second, like a blip in time, but it was still like a parallel reality, because everything stayed exactly the same except I was by myself. And I vividly remember that. And I remember as I'm holding my ears and I'm like crying and stuff, and this pulsating is like shaking the room almost. I look in the mirror and there's like figures in the mirror. And I can't really remember what they look like, but I know it was about 3 people in there. And one of them was like smaller, like the height of a child. And there was like 2 adults, what looked like to be like adults. And I remember I was staring at them and they were staring back at me as I'm crying. And all of a sudden, boom, straight back into the other, what I remembered reality to be, like as if nothing happened. My family is back. My mom is there, my brother's there. And they're looking at me like, oh, why are you crying? Like, what's wrong? What's wrong? As if they did not see me disappear. I'm like, how did you not see me? Like, don't you see like what happened just now? Like, don't you hear that sound? And then the ringing stopped. But like I had that pain in my ear was still there. And after that day, when I told my mom what happened, like, she didn't know what to do. But I remember a couple years ago, I brought the memory back up in the discussion, and she's more open to this type of talk. So she always listens to what I have to say, because she might not see the things that I do, but she's definitely more spiritually in tune, and she's seen UFOs with me. But most of the time she just listens to what I have to say, because she's like, I can't see it the way you do, and I don't know how to help you because I don't remember you disappearing. Like, we don't know what happened. But I remember they were gone for that second. I don't know what happened at all. All I know was I was taken out of time in a parallel reality and they were gone and then put back into it like within seconds. So of course they probably didn't see it because it was literally like a half a second to them, but to me it felt like minutes. So I don't know what that was.
Does anybody have anything they want to add to that? And maybe to help her explain what had happened?
I don't know. Like I wouldn't even venture to try to really explain what happened. But I think, well, for one, it's pretty amazing that you have a supportive mother now, even though she doesn't like go through and see the things that you do, that she is supportive and doesn't, you know, just like look at you like you're nuts or something and actually listens to you. I think that's pretty awesome. It's hard for like old, sometimes generations, they get really closed off to these kind of things. But when that was happening to you, I know you said like you had the ringing in your ear, but besides that, did it feel like there was like no human life, like it was just silent, like empty, like even like neighbors' houses, like people, there was no people around at all?
Because when it happened, and I told you I was taken out of like a blip, like it was like a blip in time happened, like a glitch. The second it felt like I was isolated, it felt like the entire area around me was a dead town. There was nobody there, but the TV was on. But there was like, the noise from the TV was more distorted because the only thing I could really focus on was the ringing. And it felt like the ringing was vibrating throughout, not my ears, but the entire room. But there was like nobody I could tell outside. There was no signs of other life except for me and whoever I was looking at. Whoever those people were.
Yeah. That was, you know, that's happened to me. It actually happened to me 3 specific times last year. And it's the oddest, weirdest thing. But I kind of like, you know, like I kind of chalked it up to maybe like in a fourth dimension kind of thing, because there were other dimensional beings, but just not human. You know what I mean? So I was like, I don't know if I'd like cross over some dimension, and it's hard to explain, but that's how it felt too. And there was like a EMF kind of like a frequency.
Yeah, I mean, the only other plausible explanation I could think of, you know, that more people like us could possibly integrate within our like memory vocabulary, like when we look back at these experiences, is I heard from a spiritual practitioner, specifically like who does galactic work and stuff like that, and is a starseed, you know, herself, where a lot of the times if you heavily resonate with that starseed origin or frequency, or you're just more sensitive to these encounters, right, it's because you have a team, you could say, who they try to check in on you when you're very young, because you're reaching a milestone in like your human journey, where a lot of the times like some don't make it, because when you're put in this experience, you know, Earth is it's an interesting place. So like you have to, it's like a checkup, and so sometimes people do actually get quote unquote abducted, but it's to kind of recalibrate them and see if everything is like within their interface is functioning right, because they're gonna wait until the next milestone within their human development, which is like years to come. But around 4 to 5 is actually a milestone for humans. So it kind of resonated with me, because it made more sense when I tried to apply that to what happened, because I'm telling you, it felt like I was taken out of time but put into a reality that was familiar, in order for something to be like a task to be carried out and then placed back in it. That's the only thing I could ever think of, but it never left. And I thought about actually considering a hypnosis session, like professional hypnotherapy where I could go and do a regression and look at certain memories, because there's a lot of blurry spots within early childhood, you know, that I recognize when it comes to these experiences. And it feels like I'm looking for something because I feel like more happened, but I remember like having this sort of blank in my memory after it happened. I don't remember anything the next day. I don't remember. I remember falling asleep after I cried, and then I don't remember the next day after that. Like memory was kind of wiped, but some of it stayed. So
Yeah, it's in your subconscious, but sometimes it'll go there and it'll stay, you know, under, you know, not in our memory, but something might trigger it to come back. But if you want, I know of QHHP, however you say it, the quantum hypnosis therapist. I can send you her info. If you want to maybe reach out to her, she's really good. But
sure.
also, yeah, like when I think we have those experiences and we might not understand or know what to do with them, or like sometimes even get scared, where those people, the beings are actually part of our family and they want to help us. But if we are scared and we're not able to communicate or understand what it is that's happening or they're doing, they might not come around, or they'll do it in a way that where you're not aware of it or not show themselves like they did. You know what I mean?
Right. Because I mean, you can't again articulate your thoughts even after like something like that happens. You know, you're in such an early stage of development around that time frame, and even after that, when you're just a little kid and you go through something like that, if you don't possess as much knowledge on those things, which a lot of people usually don't have that, you don't know what you're dealing with, and it's not always smooth sailing because there's recalibration and like energy adjustment and all of that. I mean, even if people can vividly remember being on some sort of craft and then having medical work done to them, it's not always pleasant because it's scary. You're not used to that, you know? So I don't know. I don't remember being like attacked necessarily because they didn't do anything. I remember they were just looking at me. They were just staring and observing. It wasn't like I saw instruments being used on me or I was being taken somewhere, but rather the guys that they took on was kind of like semi-human, but not, it just felt off, like phantom-like. I shouldn't say off, but just something that my little human self could identify, but there's something else. And I don't necessarily mean that in a sinister way, because when I look back at it and kind of channel that, as blurry as the memory is, it doesn't feel demonic or anything. It doesn't feel sinister. It just feels like a missing puzzle piece of some sort. But I know that it happened, and I could never really get the right support system growing up after having that experience because I didn't know how to process that. But the teachers and stuff in school always used to like look at my art and see the things that I would draw and be like, yeah, like, we don't know what your kid is on, but like, or like, this is what she drew. Like, what the heck is this? And it'd be weird stuff like that. It'd be like alien stuff or paranormal, like ghostly things, you know? And even to this day, like, I heavily use art as an outlet because I'm an artist, but like, I do plan on actually posting my art, and a lot of it would be galactic, you know, apart from just personal expression, because I do have images that I want to share with you guys and just with people out there of beings that I've seen, of like channeled art that I want to share. But yeah, I would draw these things throughout childhood, and it would garner a lot of attention. but people just assumed that it was a hyperactive imagination, you know? And so I definitely grew up misunderstood with a lot, just because nobody that I knew could relate to these experiences or like, you know, things that I would see or hear. But I can definitely tell you that most of the activity I started to experience after that and just growing up had been the second that I would enter the dream state and then kind of unintentionally astral project and then have astral experiences. And then ever since, like, I was always on some sort of astral journey anytime I went to bed. So I was always seeing different things, but more of this extraterrestrial stuff started to really happen, I think, as I opened up more to the knowledge that was out there. Because I had always been drawn to the stars. I had always been into, like, I would just always stare at certain constellations, you know, even after, like, being 6 and stuff like that. Just, like, I knew there was other people. And I was, like, one of those kids who was always looking at alien videos, like, on YouTube back in, like, 2009, 2010. Like, they were really crappy quality videos. And I was like, no, like, I know it's real. And then, yeah, like, you know, your attention goes elsewhere as you get older. Like, you have a whole bunch of other different things. But alien stuff was always there because it was just a part of me after those experiences. I was like, nah, like, it's something that I always wanted to dive into. But I would say during 2020, like, when everybody was on lockdown, that's when things got, like, really amplified, because 2018 was a huge year for me as far as just seeing things. And then 2020 is, like, when things officially took off. And my dreams were never really the same. Like, they didn't feel like dreams. They definitely felt like encounters because they'd be in the astral. And even in the conscious state, I would see certain things in the sky and they'd be like of certain craft. But it wasn't really negative energy, because at that point, I was heavily in contact with other races out there. I had definitely done some CE5 and connected more with my guides, with more of, like, my spiritual team, my star family. So I had plenty of positive stories, like, in regards to beautiful people and, like, amazing experiences that I've had. But the crazy and, like, weird ones are definitely etched into my memory. Like, I'll never forget them. And, you know, it's just the audacity, you know, the audacity to try to be snatched up. It's like, I will really fight somebody. I will truly beat the little gray's ass, because to me, it's just like, you're not a threat to me anymore. But I wasn't so scared anymore. I started getting more rage, I would say, because I was angry for what was happening to me. And I was even more bold because I knew I had the protection, because a lot of the times, again, I was saved from anything escalating too far. But to me, it felt like spiritual rape in a way, because there were certain experiences that were just, like, it was unnecessary, but it was definitely necessary for my growth. And then my heart, of course, goes out to people who have had, unfortunately, you know, things carried out where they couldn't escape, and they had to go through it completely without any intervention, you know.
Did you ever feel like you were like they took something from you?
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, for sure. And
That's where the rage comes from for me.
because it's, like, deeply embedded within you.
And
It's like,
feeling it and knowing. And when you wake up, like, for one, in 2 days, your stomach grows essentially fast. And then the next day it's like, bloop, and you're like, oh, what?
Yeah, like what the heck is that? And
Yeah.
then you
Yeah.
start
It's
hearing
sad.
about what it really is.
Yeah. No,
Because
feeling that, but then you feel it and you know.
yeah, like it's and that's
How
where the
many
questions
times
has it
for
happened to
you?
me? I mean,
Yeah.
I noticed more of that rage started to develop around 5 or 6, and that's when I noticed like
No,
there was a weird
that's
like
not what I'm talking about.
no the thing I know what you mean, like it leads into what I'm about to say, but around 5 or 6, in addition to that rage, because this was when I would recall like having like the after effect of like sexual trauma, but not having a direct person, right? Or anything to attach it to. And it was like just this extreme fear of like being taken away again, because I noticed
Yeah.
physically it was there, right? But like not anything to the point where it's like, oh wow, like somebody really, like it was a person. It was just, I don't know, like I would have certain scratches on me that I couldn't explain, sometimes like bruising. And then like time skip right to high school. Like remember we were talking about like 2018 when I was seeing like those grays and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This was when I noticed, because I actually grew up with like irregular cycles, and then when my health was upgraded, and of course I was going through a lot of like DNA upgrades, that went away. But I noticed that was another sign, because sometimes I would have like the bloating and then it would go away, and I don't have any other underlying issues regarding like my reproductive health, so they, there's no PCOS, none of that. And after these dreams, there was one in particular where I remember there was a child, right, in my where the laundry room would be. And so I never saw the face of it at first. It was like a little, like baby clothes, like the pink outfit that you put on the baby girl. And I looked closer as I walked closer, and I noticed that the second she turned around, like with this kind of crazy awareness, like wisdom in her eyes, it was strange, because babies like that, not even a toddler, but like a couple months old, they're not typically carrying that sort of aura to them of like awareness. And it had like tannish skin, and the eyes were all black. Like everything about the eyes were black. Wait, can you still hear me? Okay, sorry, because the service was kind of going out on my end. The eyes were completely all black, and I didn't have anybody else around me in that experience, and I just remember being prompted to pick the baby up and feeling like I had missed a huge chunk of what actually went down in like my recent past. I'm like, nah, there's no way. But there were features about it that looked like me, that there was this like familiarity in who I was looking at, because it didn't feel like me. It felt like an extension of me genetically. And it was only until 2022 that I had gotten another sort of encounter, a dream, where it's like somebody tearing through radio static, right? And I remember seeing that same little baby, but she was standing, and then again the radio static happens and somebody's tearing through, and I see this fully grown humanoid like being, right? And she's wearing this gray, orange, and black one-piece suit of like a certain material. And she's in a sort of sleek environment, like everything is like modern material, like on a ship or something, right? And she was like, my name is Cluna. This is Cluna of Unit 5019855, something like that. And she was like, again, my name is Cluna. We are connected through genetic programming. This is a hybridization. I am a part of you, like I'm an extension of you. They took some of your material. Again, my name is Cluna. This is Unit 51018 or something like that. And then I remember waking up and like kind of, I just didn't know what to do with myself. I got like emotional. And I remember I was like tearing up a little bit. And then I felt like the whole day, it was just, I had like this empty feeling within me. Like, what actually did I just go through? Because I wasn't seeing anybody, you know, like there was no traces of like DNA where it's like a teen pregnancy story or anything like that. Like this was just like, I don't know, but it made more sense, I guess, after that dream, but there's still like gaps that I experienced. But I've noticed that, again, to answer your questions, signs of that and then that anger, it came a lot with like the health issues that I used to experience regarding like reproductive health, and then them being, you know, them healing over time was a different thing. But there was that anger always associated with that, especially after having the scary encounters. And I have no idea what that was though. The whole unit, and then being told that somebody's basically like your kid, you know, because she looked like somebody that would be family, but her eyes were very big. They're more almond shaped, a little elongated. The dimensions in her face were very human like, but there was something about them that was more not of earthly, you know, familiarity. But her eyes were like a green, and her skin was tan, and she had like auburn, short, shoulder length, blunt cut hair. And yeah, she was slim but healthy, and she had this certain suit on, and she didn't have like anything like off about her aura. She was very like calm, but the message that she wanted to put out there was urgent, you know, as if she was trying to send out like a broadcast or something. And then I never really saw her or heard of that again. But yeah, that's what happened.
That is a lot. And, you know, I was listening, and it seems to me that they're still there and they're protecting you even through your dreams. And wow, it just blows me away. What do you think, Julie and Sonia? Anybody want to add anything else? I know it looks like you're sitting down there like you're going to pass out. Do you want to add anything?
Wait, you're asking me to add something, or?
Oh, I was asking Julie.
There we go.
Give her a minute. She's struggling.
Yeah, I haven't used my iPad for a while. You mentioned the mirror, and to me, the way that I saw it was like being pulled through to the other side of the mirror so that you're still in a familiar place.
Mm-hmm.
But yet it's not. That's why everything felt like void, because it was like a void, sort of like, it also had like a holodeck kind of vibe to it. And when I tried to see if it was like more paranormal, it was, I didn't get 100% on that to be a yes. So I just wonder if maybe they use that as a way to pull you through. And I'm not sure why, though.
It was so sudden. I mean, it was so sudden. Like, one moment you're kind of just in that, you know, uninterrupted sort of flow like state of like a 4-year-old. I mean, I had like just turned 4, I think, at the time. So I was, you know, when you're not really in your realm of consciousness is sort of, you're just taking the days as they come, you know, just experiencing life. Like, you're with your family, you know, hopefully like in a safe environment. And if you are, then you remember that usually you're under some sort of supervision with people, and that there's that sense of closeness with them. But I just remember they were in their own world staring at the TV, and I was doing the same thing with them, and then they just did not see me disappear, or like they were gone, you know, because there was nobody physically on that bed anymore. Like, but the imprints in the bed, it was like all the same. It's like every single person in the world except for me was just gone, like in the snap of a finger. And then this entire moment was just narrowed in, and it like felt like a small eternity, like carried out.
Kind of like you phase into another reality. I get them occasionally too. And I had one last night where somebody said, if I was sitting there talking to somebody, and then you just phased into another reality or something, because it looked like I split in two. And it was funny because when that was happening, I actually pictured myself in another place. And it was like, wow, I've never seen that before. And I didn't really know what it was either. So just like you, I'm still learning like everybody else. We're all learning.
Yeah, I had a time where I was young, 3, maybe 4, and I was in the house and my mom was there, and I went to look for her and she was gone. There was nobody. I searched the entire house, even the places I was afraid of. I went outside and looked for her all over the yard. I was yelling for, there was nobody. And the neighbors kind of, you know, kept an eye on me a little bit. But there was no one. No cars went by. I didn't hear birds singing or things like that. And I remember going back in the house and seeing this shadow go by the wall, and it looked like the outline of a wing. And the next thing I know, my mom's right there, and I'm freaking out, wondering, you know, where she's been. And she's like, "What are you talking about?" Like, I had a whole experience, the entire house. I mean, I remember it, like, getting the courage to go to these places I was afraid of and look for her, and she was nowhere. And I still, you know, haven't really figured that out, what happened. But I know what you mean about how that it does stick with you and it freaks you out. Like, being a little kid, I did not understand at all what was going on.
Right. I mean, it, even as blurry as it gets, that's what I mean. There's like something within the blurriness of it that, you know, you can't deny yourself of that experience still being fact, like it actually happened. Because you try to reason with yourself and like try to be the voice of reason, but everything leading back to the memory, just there's no way that you can really deny yourself of it happening, because only
Yeah.
you know that it just, you'd be doing a disservice to yourself. Shut off and say, you know what, that's not real, because it doesn't leave. So, you know, it's just interesting hearing that, you know, amongst this conversation, like there's more of you guys out there who've had similar experiences, because it's an interesting feeling when initially you feel like you're the only one. You know, like you don't really know anybody else out there growing up who have any similar stories, because I didn't, you know. Nobody that I knew could relate to me at all. And they would just like laugh at my stories, or just think like, again, at a super hyperactive, you know, imagination. But I was like, no, like you don't understand, man. Crazy things be happening when I go home. Like I'm telling you, it's not a joke, you know. I don't know. The only thing that gets me though, because Brim, you did mention like, and this is true, like people do go reality jumping, especially like when they're really little, because it's a gift, you know. And it's an ability that we all possess, but there's people who have that heightened, especially when they're very young. And although that's true, the only thing that I don't quite understand is the ringing in like the room, sort of like everything felt like it was vibrating without ringing, because it was like a pulsating sort of sound, as if like you were underneath the exhaust or something of some sort of like large vehicle, if that makes sense. But it's also like crazy ringing, like needle, like metallic ringing. I don't know how to describe that.
Ringing, every time I hear that ringing, that's when I know that they're coming or they have a message for me, because that's kind of like I guess my early warning system. When I hear that ringing, I know they're coming close. Now something's gonna happen within a few minutes, and it normally does. But when it's a long ringing for me, it seems it's gonna be, the longer the ring, the more intense it's gonna be. That's what it seems to me. And I remember one time, it was about 2 months ago, I was going down the street and both ears went off at the same time, and it was so loud. I went to my knee, and lo and behold, I was like, oh crap, there's going to be an accident. And as soon as I went down maybe about 5 or 10 minutes walking down the street, bam, there it was. And I had my phone out. They said that it was going to be an accident. I had my phone on, and I automatically dialed the 911, and they got there really fast, and I actually saved somebody's life.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Because they did that. That happened, and that's what I'm saying. For me, that's what it is. That's what it means for me. It's like an early warning system, and the louder it is, the more intense it's going to be.
For me, like, I get different frequencies. So, and what comes after is actually speech, which I know sounds silly. No, I'm not schizophrenic, by the way. I'm actually very, so just putting that out there. No. Because I can actually record it. The funny thing was I was testing out my Bose headset on my computer one day to get ready for a meeting, and I was trying to figure out how to connect it with the actual like my gaming computer opposed to like a laptop. And I'm testing out the sounding and everything. And you can see things like the voices, like the sound waves, right? but there's nothing. And then and then I'm like, okay. And all of a sudden, like, I turn it on, and as I'm listening with it live, there's no sounds, but you can see the waves, and then you can hear the voices being like, oh, just, you know, like, like the you know what I mean, if you know what I mean, like, and I'm like, okay, well, yep, well, that's there. Anyway, so, but with a high pitch, like the after it starts to like slow down, I can actually hear, and that's who I consider my higher guardians. After I hear the higher, I know, I'm like, okay, those are the good guys. Those are the ones that are here. But when it's like the lower, like, I'm like, those are the ones that are like, all right, well, I'm here, like, it's just gonna, like, do what, you know, maybe just mess shit up, whatever, I don't know, like, beep. Like, like, they just try to mess with you. Like, that's the thing, is try to pretend and mess with you and be like, well, and then I have tinnitus, but I can tell the difference between those, and that's the difference, because I've had tinnitus. Well, I consider it, like, ever since a child, I've always had, like, the ringing of the ears. I always called it silent screaming, because when I'd be a child, I'd always have, like, the high pitch, and I'd be like, oh, like, but it's because I was a hearer. Yeah, like a little kid, like, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like, you know, night terrors and all that crap, and be like, what is this? Well, it's because they're trying to talk, and we were just like not hearing it as much. But now, as I have developed into being able to interpret, I guess, or be able to like, be like, okay, I can, whether or not, like, I want to hear you or not, bro. Like, sometimes I just, there's a lot where I live, right? And it's in my area. I mean, I'm in an old area. You're in New York, bro. Like, you know, like, we're in an old area. There's a lot of crap around us. Like, like, there's old settlements and, I mean, shoot, I bought a house built in 1930, like, damn, I'm like, well,
Yeah, man, it's like a whole bunch of, like,
Did you say you all are in New York?
residue.
I'm close to New York, but I'm not in New York.
I live in the Appalachian Mountains, guys.
Yeah, so we're all close together. I literally went outside, and I was hearing something say, put your feet on the ground, like, while you were talking earlier. And I felt this Native American, I don't know, I heard his voice, and he was, like, pretty much on top of the other ones, being like, oh, no, she's good, like, because they were like, ah, she's trying to mess with you, and he actually became a protector. I'm like, thank gosh, because I think the land I'm on might be on Native land, and I'm like, that could explain a lot, but now that they understand that I'm not here to hurt them, like, maybe the other spirits back off, because they'll be like, get out of here. No, it was actually very interesting. It was actually very beautiful, like, but also, like, should I mention this? But I just did. So, whatever.
No, that's cool though, because it's like, you can get, like, spiritual guide friends along the way that don't, it's like you don't inherit them necessarily, like, you meet them sometimes, just depending on where you go. So it's like you make friends in the spiritual world and they're not so much of like gradual introductions through like star lineage or like whatever, you know. It's just like
Well, or it could be.
it could be though, you know, you never
Yeah,
know.
because I mean, he said she's a part of the earth. Like she has power,
Oh,
like which I am. I do have things. So yeah, I mean, it would make sense that these
You guys ever
little
have a
turds.
Fae?
What?
With the Fae? Do you guys have any interactions with the Fae? Because I've had them since I was
the
a
Fey
child.
realm.
With what?
Fae. With the Fae. And
The
elementals.
Oh, elementals.
Elementals or the Fae.
Yeah.
Oh, you said the Fae.
Yeah.
Like elementals, like, I mean,
Like fairies and all kinds of different. I got all kinds of different critters around here that aren't like earthly critters. Yeah.
I had a book. It was an old one. It was very big. It was beautiful. Unfortunately, I don't have it anymore because my mother threw away half my shit, but that's a different story. But it actually was from this author, and he had pictures and drew like things of old like fairies and things of like that, like literal, like it was amazing, and like photos of people, like actual photos of fairies and gnomes and things like from back in the day. I have
I'll
not
have to go
seen
check out
any.
the video because I was trying to catch photos of stuff, and actually Brim was trying to help me with videos of trying to catch photos of things that are here on this property and around my area, and because I live up in the mountains in the woods, and there is something that we just can't figure out what the hell it is. It looks like some kind of a reptilian fish carp thing, and I'm like, oh, you should go look at that, see if you recognize it, if it was in that book.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Appalachians, I've heard a lot. I mean, I have a video of where I was sleeping and you can't see anything, but you can hear it, and you hear pitter patters coming up, and then something pushing my pillow as I'm sleeping, like up, like because I recorded myself sleeping. I mean, honestly, I do it for. Do I actually snore so I can get a sleep, like, test if I have sleep apnea? And also, is it paranormal? Because I wake up periodically throughout the night, and it's usually, I feel like bumps in the night, but maybe it's something, you know, like, well, it was definitely, I didn't wake up. It ended up pushing up the pillow. And it was crazy. And it was, you could hear him talking. And it was this one egging this other one on, like, you can do it. You got this. Like, they were like, like teaching them how to be whatever. And I'm like, it's like, it sounded though, like a little, like they were shorter. And then it was just like, and then just pushing up. I still have the video. I don't know if I'm able to like actually show it on this, or if you can just show like photos, but
A lot of fake energy near you because I'm feeling it right now. A lot of
what?
things are with you.
Who?
You.
Yeah, I should probably stop talking about it.
I feel a lot of fairies, and you're gonna laugh. Elves.
Hey, Brim, I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
And you're gonna have to use your gifts here. But
Oh.
there's something with Miss Jackson. I'm drawn to her for a reason. What is it? What is we got a connection or something. I don't know what it is, but I don't know if she can feel it, but
You're on the same
Well-
line.
there's some.
You're on a. You're both on a line, a ley line, and you're both connected because you have the Fae, and it seems like it's the same kind of Fae. You both have.
You think
I'm getting you guys both have the same Fae around you both, and it's the same kind of energy, same kind of Fae energy. It's like
I'm holding my hand, like oh, it's definitely a white aura right now
yeah,
going out. It's very strong because I'm seeing it holding out my hand in the dark, like in the darkness, in the dark of my room. Now it's
there is another thing there, but I'm gonna have to look deeper into that because I think I know I said something else, but I
I
want
was gonna say it's something different. What you're talking about, what I'm talking about, something different.
Well, no, I said something.
What do you mean?
There's another energy, very strong.
Good or bad?
There's already 3 of them in this chat right now, and I'm getting that energy from you too. I'm getting a lot of dragon energy.
I was gonna say she's smoke right up.
Okay, so you know what's messed up? Before they started putting those videos about a dragon on TikTok, what was it, a couple weeks ago, whatever, I had a dream. I dreamt and I had this baby dragon in my arms, and I was pulling things like out of its, it was like I was pulling out its talons, but I ended up pulling like a parasite out, and it awoke after I pulled it out, and it looked at me, and I was just it was like,
What color was the dragon?
it was like well, it was like a dark grayish, silverish at the time. It was a baby. I'm just trying to I was just more concerned with its claw, from what I did, and then it awoke after I pulled out, and then it stood up, and then I woke up.
You know what that is?
So I didn't even see and then literally the next day there was the post of oh, a dragon in the sea, and I was like, what the fuck are the odds of that?
Dragon is yours.
What?
You heard me. That baby dragon
No.
is your energy. It's your dragon.
My dragon's also woke up when she started talking.
No, but the fact I had the dream, I think I awoke, and I think an actual dragon may awake. There were the posts on the internet the next day about dragons. I'm like, come on, what are the odds? In the sea, I'm like, okay, let's go.
Well,
I woke into my baby.
We have a flying white dragon over here. We have a leviathan in the water down below. And we have a golden dragon. And then we have in the chat here, let me see if the person's still here. Oh, I can't see, but I don't know if they're here. But there is a couple of dragons in here. Well, she's in here now. Another silverish blue dragon. And when you said something about that dragon, my dragon here started laughing.
Why?
So is that the draw then?
Huh?
Is that what it is? What I'm feeling? Is that what I'm feeling?
Yeah.
The connection?
The dragon. My baby dragon.
She has And what Grim is saying, he's saying that if she wants, she's gonna have to learn to kind of like Julie down there. You're gonna have to learn, and Sonia, you're gonna have to go to a quiet space, doing a meditation, find your quiet place in your mind, and try to communicate with it. And the more you communicate with that dragon, the more it'll
I
grow.
heard the laugh. What was that?
The more and the
Because
more
it's hard.
the
It's
more
hard to communicate with the dog.
the more you communicate with it, the bigger it'll grow, and then you start to bond with it, and it'll tell you its name.
Well,
Then when you get really
I'm
advanced, he starts to speak like language or like,
I look forward to learning my little baby's dragon's name. But
Mine's rebellious and just a shit.
the fact I pulled a parasite out of his claw and it awoke, someone put it in there. And that's what I am actually more furious about. Someone tried to sabotage my dragon and myself. And that is what I'm curious about. That is what actually I need to figure out. Because that's what it felt like. I finally,
Oh,
my dream, I I saved it because it was asleep. Because it had a parasite that put it asleep. Someone tried to keep it asleep. And I found it.
that's what the reptilians do.
Those fuckers.
mine happened when I was 3 years old.
Those
Reptilians
little
abducted me when I was
shits.
3 and a half. Yep.
Those little fuckers. Well, you know what?
Is a celestial dragon, and
I can't hear you.
she's a celestial dragon, and she's a healer.
Are you talking to me?
Miss Jackson.
Yes, I am.
That is
I am a
her.
healer. In the human form, and I guess that would make sense. Mine dragon would be as well.
And she's
I
still
am in the medical field. So
She wants
I was
that would.
new.
to look forward to it. She's
What?
very shy, and this is what
She's
brings-
shy.
She's shy because this is her first.
She's just a baby. She's been asleep for so long.
Yeah, this is.
Mine likes me. That's all I got to say. My dragon likes your dragon.
Oh, our dragons will be friends. Unless you're
It's
just
funny because
mean.
I was in the medical field too. I was in the medical field. And I'm a healer.
That makes.
And
Look at us.
but I am no longer in the medical field because I wouldn't get the jab. So
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. Prior army.
no, I've just been in the medical field, caregiver, and then medical assistant, and surgical, and phlebotomist, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, our dragons.
Do a
She's.
meditation and bring everybody in to meet their dragons, because this is what it's coming out to be.
Oh my goodness. I didn't even know this was a thing. Thank you for letting this be a thing because I didn't know my dragon needed this. I just thought it was. Oh.
He talks to Sonia.
And, huh?
He talks to Sonia.
She is just fired up right now. Holy shit.
I know.
But the same thing happened to me. Mine was with the reptilians. Mine was just free. What was it, like 6 months ago?
What
Brim?
made.
My dragon was bound by reptilians also. And I had a parasite in me too.
Really? What made you realize?
Yep. I went through a quantum healing, and it was found, and it was removed, like a spiritual healing type thing. Yep, but mine was, and yours probably was when you were little too. Was hers done when she was little too, Brim?
Huh?
It's because they
No.
can't do it once we grow up.
Mine was like literally a few weeks ago in a dream. Like
Right.
I
No,
pulled out.
I was awake.
Kid, and they did it when they did that when she was a kid. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought she was asking, like, if mine was. No.
Yeah. They do
It
that.
was-
The reptilians do it to us when we're little children because they can't once we're adults.
They didn't get to me when I was a kid. I think it's because they got to me recently, and that's why. When I was a kid, it was, I mean, I had a fucked up childhood, so maybe it was just so blocked until now. I finally was able to take it out in my dream. Like, I have lucid crazy dreams every night, so ever since I was a child. Like,
Mine happened, yeah, when I was 3 years old. Yeah.
yeah.
Has everybody here had some sort of reptilian encounter, be it through dreams or whatever? Is there some sort of
I have.
I mean, I guess I don't even know. I have such crazy dreams. There have been a couple actually recently. I've been the other night going through and waking up and going back into dreams and waking up, and there was a point where there was going into it and just having like it's happened a few times, a lot lately,
I think that you
where
did.
they're trying to like and I'm like, nope. Like, yeah, no. Like, and I just am like, you gotta fucking go, bro. Like, and it's just no. Like, yeah.
They can't get out to Julie because they don't like the depths of the ocean where her dragon lays. They don't want to swim all the way down there, but and chase her down. But for yours, yeah, they've been watching you for a while. They look
Yeah,
for
they've
little
been involved.
they look for little weaknesses and little times when you're weak, and then they fly and do little things when you don't notice it.
Who?
Reptilians.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Wait, you said no? Or yeah?
He said, yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
They've been involved
Yeah.
in my life, my entire life, so.
Yeah.
I've had 5 of them.
Oh, wait, sorry. Oh my goodness. Yeah, sorry, continue.
I've actually seen them here on my property, or well, not on my property, but on the other side of a creek. Like when you can't see them, but has anybody ever watched that movie? Yeah, what's the name of that movie? The alien that comes down, but it has that like, it's like when you look at I can sense them, I can feel them when they come around. But it's like when I sense them and I can pinpoint them, it's almost like it's mirrored, like they got some kind of a cloaking device or something, like Predator.
Predator? Like Predator.
Where you can see the Predator,
Yes.
but he looks like the background.
Okay, so I literally took pictures. I have pictures actually that my camera in the backyard took, and I swear it looks like that. where you can see a figure standing there, and it's like constant. And then I actually caught one with this weird head. But it's only like a weird top of the head, and then the like, okay. And it's funny because whenever I've tried to show it to people, because I screenshotted it from my camera, it's always more pixelated, and I'm like, I swear there's something fucking there. Like, if you want to see the weird pixelated head figure thing, I'll show it. But like, it fucking is weird, and it is not a fucking human. And yeah, like the predator thing, yes, I've seen it in my fucking backyard. Yes.
Use a cloaking device.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing.
I
think
have
the
5
best
of them here, just recently.
around you, like,
Hence, yeah.
wow. Nah, like that's. I think the best way though to share pictures would be like WhatsApp or some sort of app. Like a
Well, no,
group
you
chat.
can do it on here. You can do blue screen or green
I
screen.
have a video on my
Oh, can you?
online where I put
Yeah, you can do green screen on here,
Why am I being
and
so
you can
slow?
share
I
it.
forgot about
I don't know
that.
how to do that. Brim, do you
did
still have
So-
those pictures?
Hold
We got
on.
ours.
I don't know. I've got 1,000 pictures.
I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
The green screen.
So you, I learned. Hold on. I have my my camera blocked, but I can find. I will talk you through how to do it after I get what I want out of my pictures.
Hi, Brim. How you doing?
Hello.
I'm doing okay, but the dragon is trying to come out and speak to everybody, and I'm trying to hold him back here, but he's like blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, we're not doing that right now.
Uh-oh.
Why? What's he saying?
He's like, some of what he says I can understand, and some of it I don't, but I don't know who can interpret light language or not. It might resonate with their dragons. I think that's what he wants. I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to speak to maybe waking you guys up with your dragons. I think that's what I'm feeling right now that he wanted to do, and I'm like, not yet. We'll talk.
You mean that same lecture from earlier
Yeah.
today?
Most of the time he uses light language, but sometimes he does use human language. I think Hopi heard him before. I know Sonya has.
Oh, yeah, I've heard him a few times.
Yeah, he likes to lecture me all the time.
He's got a mind of his own, that dragon.
So it's pretty much like redneck. No need, no, go get a lot more downhill now, no.
I think he's yelling at me because I said he likes to
Go,
lecture.
no need. Go, no, don't. That's Boomhauer. Is your dragon Boomhauer?
You guys want to hear a funny story? I'll tell you a story while we're waiting. Because I met Brim back like here on TikTok. I met you. What was it like in December, January, around that time? But a few years back, it's been like 6 years ago, 4 or 6 years ago, something like that. I got with another group of people, but I didn't even know. I didn't even know nothing about TikTok back then. I didn't do TikTok back then, but I was working with a different quantum healer, and they were trying to help me with meditation and astral projection and that kind of thing. And so, and it was during like the beginning of the COVID stuff. But we were just zooming and stuff, and they assisted, and we did like this group astral projection, and we went up on the space station, or not space station, but the
Oh, there it is.
ship up there, not the ship, but the ship, what's it called, room? It's like a station. It's not just a ship. It's like a station where they have meetings and all that kind of stuff. And then I went to this door, and I went down into this vortex and like thing. And then I ended up in this, like this big, beautiful cavern. It is like gorgeous. There's like crystals and a waterfall and a pond and all kinds of neat stuff. And all of a sudden, this golden dragon starts chasing my ass all over. And I'm like, my other friend, I'm like, what's it? She's like, it's your dragon. I'm like, no, it's not my dragon. And I couldn't understand what he was saying. You know, it was all the light language stuff. And he's just blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, not really running, but I'm like, okay, I don't know who you are. And this was years ago. And then the funny part is, as I was trying to meditate, I had just recently discovered the dragon thing, and I was and Brim had helped me with trying to meditate and connect with my dragon. So I'm like getting into this. We had been talking for like 2 or 3 weeks or so, or a week or so, or 2 or 3 weeks, but I was doing this meditation, and all of a sudden I got to see the face of my dragon. And then it disappeared because this fucking gold streak, sorry, I'm cussing. This gold streak comes like across my vision when I'm meditating, and I'm like, what? And then the face comes into my, I see the face of the golden dragon, and I'm like, what's going on? I was like, holy, you know what? And then the phone starts ringing, and he's like, what's going on? And I'm like, I'm trying to meditate. And he's like, well, Brim's like, I gotta call you. And I'm like, well, what's going on? And come to find out, it was the same dragon that was chasing me around the cavern. And I didn't even know him yet. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
That's a story. So
Yeah, no Brim for
I met Brim the dragon quite a few years ago, before I met him on here.
wow, that's crazy. That's amazing.
And I recognize him.
Yeah, I met Brim last summer, and not this past summer, but last summer. And we became close. He's like my brother now. And I remember when Brim, the dragon, started coming out of him very strong, And I'm proud of him for allowing it now, because he had a hard time for a while with it, and I'm really proud of him for where he was to what he's come to now,
Yep, I agree. He's
made what other people say. Don't bother what other people say, and you be yourself, because if that's who you are, that's who you are.
Yep. Yep, but I thought that was kind of a cute story to share. And I met Brim the dragon.
That's really a beautiful story, to be honest with you.
And it's like, so we were, and the thing is when I was on TikTok, there was the live that I met him in. I actually quit following that person because I didn't care for that person. He gave me bad vibes, but for some reason I was drawn to go there, and then that's how I met him.
Yeah, I hope you don't get well. So don't do
I was with that group with Brim for a while. I was one of the main people in that group for a while.
Well, and I started following that person because I was at a stage where I was trying to find answers, and a lot's happened, and I've changed a lot, and I've learned a lot since then. and I thought maybe he could help me find, and he brought me up on the live like this here, but it was like my empath abilities just kept saying bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. And
Yeah, it took me a while to notice him too, you know, and we all got to the end and realized what he was about, you know.
oh, he's gifted, but he's gifted, but does not good things. That's what I got from it, and I didn't even know about all what y'all were doing.
Yeah, but part of him is false too. He puts on an act too. You got to remember that he used to work in Hollywood and the carnivals and stuff.
Oh, well, see, I don't know about all
So
that, but
yeah,
but
and
my
he's had
empath
plenty of
ability.
groups and lost all of them.
Oh, Beloved.
And
Hi, I
yeah,
haven't
he's
met you before. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you, darling? Nice to meet
Great.
you.
You
Nice
as
to meet you.
well. You as well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. But yeah, Sonia, like you're saying, it was a long road. But you know what? From that situation, he does have some gifts, but what he does have, he uses them wrong, and
That's what my empath abilities
half
were.
of it's fake, half of it's an act, and the other half that he does have, he's using in the wrong way. But what it did do for me, I already had good discernment, but it brought it out like really good now.
Well,
And it also made me realize that everything's within myself and that it's okay to ask for help and it's okay to have your fellow brothers and sisters help you.
Right.
But what you
Well,
really need is in you. It's all in you, darling.
I'm thankful that he was brought to my attention, because if it wouldn't have been, then I would have never met Brim, the person here. So I'm thankful.
There's reasons for everything. You're right. You're right.
It wasn't a coincidence.
Hey, that group, because of that group, I have sisters and brothers now that are my sisters and brothers for life now. You know, and like you said, there's a reason for everything. And I have some really good sisters and brothers from that group, and I love every one of them. They're still part of my heart. We still talk. We're still a crew. We're just, you know what I mean? And again, that's one thing he did do. He brought us all together. So I'm thankful for that. You know, I try to think of the positives of it, you know? And the positives are, I met my beautiful sisters and brothers. I learned to depend on my inner strength and myself, because that's really where it all lies, within ourselves, you know?
The truth is always
That's so beautiful.
But I mean, at the time when we were learning, we're looking for answers, we're looking for help, we don't know, you know, where to turn at some points in some level, like and then somebody comes along and they're teaching you all this stuff, and you're like, wow, amazing. And but then when you see the light shines through, you understand more. Yes. But I think everything happens for a reason. So there are no coincidences. That was supposed to be part of my path. That was supposed to be part of Brim's path. It was supposed to be part of your path. You know what I mean? Like we're all meant to do that path for reasons, you know? No
There's something upon you. Hopi, I feel like you have an attachment. I'm getting like a vibe. I'm not just... Have you... It's just like... Have you ever felt like that you have like an attachment to you?
No, actually, I am really good about keeping the negative off, and you know, maybe from before I had, you know, but I've gotten rid of a lot of the negative, and I try to keep to only positive things, you know.
Maybe like the rooms that you came in before here. I don't know. I just feel...
No, because I wasn't in no other room. I only was in one room, and my phone wasn't working right. Maybe because I had some negativity earlier with me, because I was very anxious, and upset because I got a new phone and it wasn't working and I couldn't hook it up and I couldn't get on live and I couldn't get anything working right. So I was feeling negative. So you might be feeling that.
No,
I'm actually feeling better
it's
now.
yeah, no, yeah. Well, that's good. No, it's something that is brought. I'm gonna hop out for a little bit. Thank you so much, Brim, and I'll be back on in a bit.
Hey, you don't have to leave because of me. If you feel like it's negative, I'll leave.
Well,
Did Miss Jackson really officially leave though?
I don't know.
Well, she said she'd be back.
I'm sorry. I just don't feel like there's not negative on me. I've never felt that. And nobody's ever said that to me before. So
I don't think she left because of you, dear. I think it was something else.
It might have been
I don't
something
think
I
it
hope
was
not. I hope not because I don't know.
the impression that I've gotten from her so far is she wouldn't back off because of something like that. I think
Okay, I
it's
don't know
something.
her, so I don't know. You know.
Yeah, I don't think she left because of you. I think it was something else. I think she had to do something. That's the feeling I get.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna stress it.
No, I pick up.
I just came in to say hi to Brim anyways and send the love vibes. You know. That's all.
We're all here for that love and compassion.
Correct,
Oh,
Brim. And Brim, you know me. Anyways, you know me. What am I all about? The love, baby.
And what I was trying to say earlier is like what Caprill was saying. It's like I've been different since I was born different, you know. And as you're growing up as a little kid, they think it's cute and they think it's, you know, oh, she's got an imagination, she's got imaginary friends, and blah blah blah. And as you get older, then they start treating you like you're crazy, treating you badly, you know. And it's just, and it's almost like abuse and all that kind of stuff starts. And so I'm 53 years old now, and I didn't have any kind of tribe or nothing, nobody, up until just a few months ago. You know, so it feels good to finally be able to connect with people that have gone through similar situations.
It feels like that's what we're building right now together, is all of us finding our tribe where we're supposed to be right now.
You know, and see you saying that just made my tingles all over my body. Because
Yeah, I'm really appreciative of you guys because there's an amazing energy that we've created, like are co-creating in this space, and we're definitely brought together for a reason because there's some sort of like thread that we share here, and I think I feel in my gut that we have many more like amazing conversations to look forward to because we definitely like, set the tone for something tonight, you know. And I heavily relate to what you guys were just talking about as far as being in a group that was supposed to be progressive, and you have like this person who's helped you in your spiritual journey, but they themselves have like this dank sort of heaviness to them that's like nah. And so when you elevate, you can see through their BS, but it's like a final boss, you know. And then what's funny though is like you found again like your team along the way, so it's like a necessary evil, I guess you could say, because you still got gain from it in the end. And I had something like that where there was an ET channeler, and he had a group, but he wasn't necessarily the issue, but it was more so the types of people that he was attracting to his community. And I found friends that are no longer friends, but they definitely helped me where I am today. And then I still made good connections through them, you know, and it was like a domino effect. And then for a while, I didn't have any people that I could consider a tribe up until more recently. And so this conversation and like being connected with Brim and all of that, like just through not so much of a coincidence, nothing's a coincidence, but just through like the happy randomness of like TikTok and then like meeting on connected sources and then being brought here is such an amazing thing because you don't know who you're gonna meet and when you'll meet them, but you always know when it feels right. You definitely always know when it's like family, like you recognize people and it's like, oh, like I've been waiting to meet you, like I heard about you, but I didn't know when. Just I knew energetically I'd meet you one day, and then you finally come. So it's a beautiful thing. I think I'm just really appreciative, you know. I appreciate all of you guys. Definitely send a whole bunch of love to all of you guys.
Saying we should make sure we're all following each other too.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I'm following you guys. Let me see.
Let's see if it'll let me. I think I have to do it from a comment, maybe. So let's see. I'll just do that.
There's another one of our sisters in the comments, Sharon. She was another one who was with me and Brim for a while. That's how we met too. She was with us.
Yeah, I see. So you guys all met like, a certain leader, you guys say, and then he was like corrupt.
Yeah. But even Sharon can tell you, look, because like she just wrote to me, and what did she write? Hope I used to always, my little thing was at the end of every night, I'd say, love, love, love. And she just wrote it to me in there because that's my thing, you know. I'm all about the love and positivity, and I just want everybody to have love and be happy, and, you know. So when that girl, I don't know her name, who was that girl? When she said that to me, she kind of took me off guard because I usually don't hear things like that, you know what I mean? So I was surprised, and I didn't mean to offend anybody, you know what I mean?
No, what was interesting though is while that was going on, I felt that the energy needed to be cleared, and that's, you can't see all of me, but that's what I was doing. And I was calling in this light, and then this like chromium light, which mirrors back to them, and then she left.
It could have been, yeah, I mean, it could have very well been like a deflection of what she might have been having around her, for sure. Because it got more like jittery, the vibe. Like a certain static in the air, you know? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I know it wasn't me. I don't mean to be like in any way like saying she was wrong or whatever, but I know who I am. I know what I'm about, and I am all about love, and I do not have anything negative on me or around me. Honestly, I don't even believe in that. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, I think you bring in to you what you want to be brought onto you, you know? And I protect myself from that kind of stuff, you know?
Same. I think she'll be all right. I hope she comes back.
Me too, but Sharon can tell you. Sharon!
Hi, honey. How are you, love? Hi.
Well, hello.
I'm good.
Good. Was somebody mean to you?
Not mean. No, they just were here, and I felt like I don't know if I offended her or something, but she said she thought I had something dark on me.
Oh,
And
well, don't listen to that bullshit.
No, I didn't. And then she left. And I was like, you didn't have to leave because
she
was here before me.
No,
I don't know. I told her she didn't have to leave. I would leave but she left. And I feel like I offended her in some way, which I didn't mean to.
Oh.
And to me, I'm saying too, and this isn't about ego or anything. I know who I am, and I am about the love.
Exactly.
Always have been, always will be, and that's
Right.
that. You know what I
Well,
mean?
clearly this person doesn't know you. Unsolicited energy reading is a violation, and anybody who's a clear energy reader should know that. So if it's unsolicited, don't even pay attention to that bullshit. I love that you know who you are. You have changed so much over the months I've known you. So much. Listening to your voice. Hi, Bram. Listening to your voice, I hear the truth in you. I hear your conviction. I hear you're like solid in who you are and where you're going and what your journey is. And it's so beautiful because we are, you know, you and I, we sensitive souls, and that stuff potentially could really affect us, especially coming from a stranger that we don't know. But look at you fly, girl. You go.
Yeah. I mean, like, to me, I just feel like Sharon, you're another one. Like, you've grown so much too. Like, when I hear you in other lives now and stuff, I'm like, wow, look at her flying. She's amazing. I love it.
Let's
And I just want to say
go.
how amazing. Yeah, you got your wings too, baby girl. And
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
you're strong within yourself too. You know, and if you allow others to reflect on you, that's a problem. You know.
Well, and sometimes, I mean, that's how we do it. We are reflections of each other, but sometimes other people's reflections are distorted, and they're looking through their own filters and their own perceptions, and those aren't accurate reflections, you know. And so, and we use our discernment, we use our third eye, we use our gifts to know when somebody is speaking from a place of their own personal traumas, their own personal perceptions, or if they've got a distorted view of us. We understand about that when people don't know us, right? People who say they know us even don't know us. So I'm proud of you, girl. Good job.
Yeah, I mean,
Hi, Sonia.
honestly, I don't want to talk about nobody else because they're not here. But I would like to just say, you know, I'd only met her for 2 seconds, came up here,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so you know, someone to make that assumption
Yeah.
before would have probably broke me, but not now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not too long ago. You're awesome. I freaking
Before I
love
would have
you.
been like, what negative?
I know,
What are you
and then
talking about?
you,
Oh my
but
god!
you would have come back to this conclusion, but it would have taken you a couple days. You know what I mean? It would have taken you some time.
Yes.
You would have gotten here, but look how fast you got here now. It didn't even affect you hardly at all for just a few seconds, and then you shifted. You
Actually, I
pivoted.
feel more bad for her leaving. Like, I felt bad because she was here before me, and I didn't mean to come in and break up the vibe. You know what I mean? I really didn't. You know, I don't like that. You know.
Right. But that's also indicative of how far you've come as well, where you're like, okay, I'm solid in who I am, but clearly this person is speaking from a place of pain or something, you know. And it's just, you're just not owning it. That's all I'm saying. You're not owning it. It's beautiful.
That's
I don't know who
right,
you're
that's
talking about
right.
either. I'm just protecting my girl here. But you don't need protection. That's the thing. You got this.
Yeah, but it's nice to know I got somebody on my side.
Hell yeah, I
'Cause,
do.
you know, like I was
Sometimes
just saying how we all came from a place and found each other in that place.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful because we all still are here loving one another no matter what.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. I
Sonia
love
was
it.
saying
I
how
just,
she met Brim. She met Brim through that situation too because she had gone into that live. And but previous years before, she was telling a story how she had met a dragon in a remote viewing thing. And it was Brim's dragon, and she didn't even know it till years later they had met.
wow.
And then she found out it was actually his dragon. So they had met through dragons like 6 years ago. But now they're like friends, you know?
Cool. That's so cool. That's so
And
cool.
I'm supposed to train all the little dragonites.
Yeah. Yep, it's true. It's true. Since you've been talking like that, we've been having those conversations. I've been more and more aware of my own. So I love how it takes how we're tribed up. You know, it takes each other to figure ourselves out. And at the end of the day,
Absolutely.
we're kind of all one. Yeah.
I mean, look how much Brim has grown too. I was just saying how proud of him I am.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like, he is standing in his own now, and that
I
is
know.
beautiful.
I know. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
Really come up just in the last.
Well, I think we can thank that group for was giving us our strength
Yeah.
because we all came out stronger from it, and that's a beautiful thing.
I was even thinking, anyway, yeah, every once in a while that whole, that whole thing comes up, and I don't have any animosity. I'm not angry. It was a part of the journey. It was a leg of the journey.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, actually, I think now I see the more positives of it than I
Yeah.
did. And I was more hurt, and it wasn't even anger; it was hurt.
Yeah, it was hurt.
And
It was
because I
hurt.
really had a lot of love for them, and
Yeah.
had a lot of love for all of us, And for us to be split up was my worry. You know what I mean? That was my concern. I didn't want us to be split up, and he didn't do that. Nobody did that. We still stay in touch. We still love each other. We still speak.
We're still
And
bonded.
I think of the
Forever and
positives
always.
where, I met my beautiful soul people that are always going to be there if I need them.
Yeah.
I have learned my strength. I have grown so much. I know that within myself, and I see how everybody else has grown. It's
Yeah.
like it's so amazing to me when I hear everybody on lives and see everybody around, and I just sit and listen. I'm like, listen to them,
Even
Like,
your
wow.
voice, it's not necessarily the sound of your voice that's changing, but it's the frequency of the words that you use. I hear it differently.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hey Trina. Really? I wasn't sure how much contact. I don't know who's still friends with who, but it's good to see you, Trina. I'm just
I'm
reading.
proud of you for that, Trina. I'm proud you made the break too, because you're better than that too, Trina. You're a loving soul, and you deserve nothing but love, Trina.
Dana and Lizzie have not spoken to them in like months. They just hang around those other four. They keep them around in their little SEX cult.
Well, the thing with me, I was never part of the group. How it happened with me was, I think I was in a different live or something, and that Shadow Joker guy invited me to come on to a live, and it never happened. That was back in January. And the live.
Oh, you're the Sonya that he was talking of then.
And then he started creeping me the hell right out. That guy did, because he thought he was my something, and I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, I'm married. Nope, I don't. Don't talk to me if you're gonna talk to me like that. And I put him in his place.
He also
I remember him talking of a woman named Sonya. He used to talk about you sometimes. So
talking about I guess there was something about with the group wanted to talk about that because of my strength and power or some shit that they wanted me to be part of the head of the group or something. And I'm like, no, I'm not, I just felt like that wasn't right, but I still followed him and paid attention to what was going on. And then that's how I met Brim.
They kind of did the same thing to Julie down here too. The same thing as you, Sonia.
Yeah, and they were like, when he seen me, he was like,
yeah.
Well, they made everybody feel like they were special. They were going to be this and do that, and everybody was amazing and this and that.
Yeah, I was some kind of a goddess, and I'm like, no, I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, it turned into a very inappropriate, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no.
Yeah, we know exactly what you mean because we know exactly who you're talking about.
And see,
that one is a little Jokerish. The Joker boy is a Joker. Let's just put it that way.
He's got issues with inappropriate behaviors with women, no matter who they are, I think.
Oh, completely.
So.
Yeah, there was just some manipulative energy in that room. Yeah.
He was going to use his powers to get rid of my husband. I'm like, yeah, no, you're not. I'm like, I will bitch slap you sideways.
Whoa, wait. So you guys met this person through TikTok, right? Like all of you guys met in a group through TikTok?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I never became part of the group because I backed way off it. I didn't become part of the group.
Oh, okay. I see.
Well, you came in towards the end, anyways, when we were splitting up. That's when he wanted you to come in because they were recruiting new people. That's what it
Yeah.
was because we were all leaving.
Yeah, because it was like the first week in January, and I'm like, I thought
Yeah, we
I'll
were all
probably
done by
know.
that point. We were
Yeah,
all done. We were all done like in December, beginning of January. We all had left.
yeah, you're right at the tail end of that breakup. Yep.
Yep. And I told him no, and I quit following him, but I was scrolling, and he was on a live came up, and I'm like, no, and I went past it, and I'm like, no, I got to go back for some reason, and that's how there was just something in me. I was like, I didn't want nothing to do with this dude, but something when I seen the live, something told me I had to go into the live, and he called me up right away, and then that's how I met Brim. And then I
Wow, so
continued.
this group is like its own thing then. After this is like I guess where you guys officially like. Well, I'm new here too, but I met Brim through a different TikTok live stream. It was like for alien related stuff, and then that's how we connected. We became like friends, and then he added me here, and now it's like a little family thing. It's cute.
Yeah, well, the group we were with, the guy was a alien channeler.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the guy. The group we were in, he thought he was an alien channeler, amongst other things. But the fact is yes, he did have some powers. He did, but on the other hand, a lot of his stuff was acting and fake also. So, and I can tell you firsthand that when I was in that group, he told me I was from the star system. This is how old I was, blah, blah, blah. And after the group broke up and everything, and he started his lives up like months and months later, I went in under an alias, and he told me I was totally something else. I was something else in age. I was, so right there showed me how a false, fake person he was.
Wow.
And I did that only to test it, to see if he would really tell the truth, if he really knew. Because if he was really powerful, he would have known my energy. He would have known it was still me. Or even if it wasn't me, he would have at least said the same, similar. It was totally different. So that shows to me you are not real. You are an actor and you are fake.
Right. You sensed your same energy, though. There should have been, because everybody's got their own, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know how I
Where I was part of his group for like 6 months, 7 months, he definitely should have known who I was.
Let me say this to you, Hopi, real quick. You know how I know he's fake? Simple. We're all spirits. We're all different and unique, right? So, within saying that, yeah, we might have came from different places in the universe, but we eventually, where did you come home? Home is the source. Every planet is the school.
Well, with me, the only thing he told me is what he could have found on my page, so.
So you're not, like I've been saying from the beginning, when everybody asked me, well, what star sign am I? I said, you're this one, and this one. He only focused on one. That was the flaw. Because when you focus on one, that's the only one he could pick up because the energy was not that good. But when you realize you are on many more different schools, you're just cycling schools to see what fits you best. And sometimes when you're on this planet and you pass on, you're saying, well, I'm not done this school. I want to go back and learn some more. And you come back and you live your life on this school.
I'm done with this human experience. I don't want to go back to this school no more.
You and me both. I think there's a lot of us. And we can make a choice. We don't have to. We can learn it all here. We can break the karma, break the cycles. We're flying. And a lot of us also come here to help ascend the collective, and we have a purpose and a job. And yeah, I don't even want to die again. I'm like, I know what that scares me. Can I just use this body? Can this be my light body? Can I just transcend smoothly and easily?
I'm not afraid of that. I don't know. I just come to a calm, accepting feeling that I'm ready. And I'm ready. I'm ready for ascension. I'm ready to be done.
Your home is the
I
soul. That's where you're.
so
Each planet is a school, and I don't know why he always. Well, you're from the Larry, and you're from this, you're from that. No, you moron. You're from
I want to
everywhere.
go back to Solaris or Nympha. That's where I want to go back to.
Why do they call this the prison planet? I don't like that term. It makes me feel like I did something wrong to deserve prison. You know? I get the idea of it, but it's like I don't like that terminology.
It's not accurate though.
I don't think it used to be. I think it's because of what the elite and the reptilians and all
The Archon.
trapping souls here and stuff.
It can be a prison, but it's not the full idea and what this really is, you know?
Right.
It's supposed to be paradise. It's supposed to be paradise. It's not supposed to be a prison. The negatives turned it into that.
It's like
Well, the
I
good
said.
news is, yeah.
All the rest of you ladies here are dragons too, right? Capril, are you dragon too?
Yeah, I have a heavy dragon connection. I just never fully gotten the name or connected with mine. I always knew it was around me though.
Okay, so I have a question for all of you. It's something that's been happening to me just in the last probably month or so. I'm having like the visions, or I'm seeing in my head, we talk about ascension and where we're going and this and that, but I keep having this over and over again where my dragon is like popping out of this human body here on Earth. Like I can see her snout come right out of like my core of my body, and then she just sheds this human meat suit, and like poof, like this huge freaking white comes out, and I'm here on Earth when it happens. Have you guys had anything like that at all?
Like physically seeing
My dragon like spring out of this and shed this human body before ascension here on Earth.
And you see, I've got that, but the only thing that I got it was when my wings come flying out of my back first, and then everything just slips off.
With mine, it's like her snout comes out of like from my right below my chin down to just below my belly button. This big old snout comes out, and then it just sheds off. Like it's kind of like not really. It's not smooth. It's like exploding this human meat suit off me. It's kind of gory in my vision.
That's interesting because I've never physically seen, but it's always been more of astral sightings, like in dream states and stuff where I've encountered, but like to physically see the skin be like shed and then have that dragon energy come out. That's crazy. That's like really cool.
Yeah. Nobody else has had that.
That is way cool.
Yeah.
No, but I've had a lot of magical things been happening now. I have, but not with dragon. But I've had other interesting things occurring.
I keep getting this thing. There will be two waves. There'll be two waves of the ascension. And like a lot of the angelic and human souls will go first, and the galactic souls will be in the second wave. But like a lot of crap's gonna go down, and it's gonna get bad, and it's gonna get crazy, and something's gonna happen to make a lot of the galactics transition or shift or something.
You know what, Capri?
Mm-hmm.
I just got this. I think your dragon is a dream dragon, and she's purple and black.
Yes, purple and black, because I always would see those colors and like heavily like more like nightshade colors. But I got the dragon revealed to me in one dream specifically, and I was in my backyard, and it was more multicolored. This one was like more white, and then it had like gem-like qualities to the sheen on its skin, but typically when I think of the dragon that I'm connected to, it's of a darker scaling, but I never fully got the name or anything.
She's a dream
The white
weaver.
dragon that you're describing sounds like mine.
The white?
The white dragon you're describing with the sheen and the shiny whatever, that sounds like my dragon.
Wow. I might be picking up on that because I can see all of them kind of like in my mind's eye. Everybody's kind of just in the same sort of cloud space, you know?
Mine's like a water dragon. Her name is Arturia.
The dragons, well, obviously I come face to face with Brim, so I know what Brim looks like because I come face to face with him in Astral. But the other dragon that I've seen in my dreams or visions is a red dragon. That's not really red; it's more like a really deep burgundy like color. Really,
Yeah, like that real like red rock burgundy, almost like a
yeah, like a volcanic red. You know
yeah,
what I
like
mean?
that
Yeah.
igneous type of interesting.
And
I think
yeah.
I think all of us have some sort of there's a
I
thread.
think it's a
that we
male.
must
It's
all
a
be
male
connected.
dragon. I know it's a male dragon. I think I know whose dragon it is, but I won't say. And I think Brim knows who it is. And it's not Damon. It's a youngster. But yeah.
I think I know who you're talking about.
I don't know if I don't know. It's not my place to say, but it's somebody that's very close to Brim, and I think that's why I've seen it because, like I said, before I even met the human Brim, I met the dragon Brim years ago, and I didn't even know him until last January. The human Brim.
That is so. I mean,
But that dragon, the red dragon, is connected to Brim.
so it's definitely a confirmation that there's a heavy dragon connection we all share. Then that's probably another reason why we're brought together, because something there that's like it's like it wants to come out. It's like kind of like banging on the door, but not in an ominous way. It's just like there's so much wisdom that wants to come shooting out in like a cloud.
It just came to me.
And I also didn't see the red dragon until after I met Brim years ago. Then I started seeing the red dragon.
Does the name Uwa come to you, Capri?
I'm sorry.
The name Uwa.
Uwa. Uwa. Yeah, those that does resonate. That
Right.
formation of the mouth.
When I hit when I see the dragon, I hear the name whispered Uwa.
Uwa. That sounds yeah, that does sound it sounds like almost like an abbreviation of something too. Like the name is longer.
It's more like, wow, wow.
Yeah, Uwa.
Uwa, yeah.
And she's purple. She's got black and she has a purple belly. And purple around her eyes. And she's fairly big. And she's got really cool horns. She's got two horns, but they're not like, you know how normal dragons just got one horn, but it looks like the two horns are twisted. There's four horns, but it looks like two. It's kind of hard to explain. It looks like a twisted horn on both sides.
Oh, like a ram almost, right?
Yeah, it goes straight up, but it like twirls. Like it grabs
I see what you mean.
and she's a dream weaver, and she's very powerful in her dreams.
Now, is she celestial too, or earth, or what kind of dragon is it?
That one's a celestial.
Yeah, she's celestial. She's a Dreamweaver one. You're correct.
You know what gets me about, and I've mentioned it before. I had a video on it on my TikTok. Is everybody, they talk about the good dragon, how most of them are dark and blah blah blah. But the thing I get, they'll talk about Earth dragons and galactic dragons and this and that, but you never hear anybody talk about celestial dragons ever. It's like nobody knows, and I've questioned people in different lives. It's like nobody knows anything about celestial dragons, except for Brim. Have you run across any of that? Where it's like you mention it and they're like, what's a celestial dragon? It's a dragon. It's more like a light beam dragon, I think, isn't it, Brim? That's what I get from it.
It's a light being dragon that can transform into any kind of shape. And
Right.
it changes shape, it matches your energy. Whatever energy you're putting out is what it'll transform into.
Now, what I get from mine, as far as transform, I get the dragon itself, a light beam type thing that's more just light. And then there's like an in-between stage that's humanoid, but not a human. It's like a humanoid type dragon. And then an actual human looking part of myself.
See, the celestial dragons can change into a human form, kind of like a draconian.
Uh-huh.
And they can be humanoid. But they can also be any kind of dragon, whatever your energy puts out, it's going to be that.
That makes sense though, because in the dream encounters that I did have, I told you one time there was more of like a white sort of appearance and the face was different. The horns were different, but it was like the same energy, but it was like malleable and not so much in a ambiguous way where it's not consistent with the same being, but just shifting in a way to match the message and the theme of the dream, because there's something bigger in that picture that needs to be carried out, in order for the message to really hit you. But yeah, like that makes complete sense. And I've never really heard people talk about the differences between each, system of dragons, because there's so many, but it's interesting to hear, because I've never actually met people like you guys who are more versed on this type of stuff.
Like that person we were talking about, he was an earth dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's a different frequency. Earth dragons, like, even saying that, it's a different, like, they all have their alchemy to share, of course, but, like, earth dragons, compared to, like, a celestial dragon, it's a completely different wavelength of, like, frequency. But, of course, the wisdom and, like, all of that stuff is still valid. It's just different.
One of my fur babies was a earth dragon, and she just recently passed away. What's it been, about a month or maybe 2 months ago? And
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I mean, she was like at my side constantly, but she's back. She's in a nest here on Earth now. And another friend of mine that can see things is like, she's procreating. Yeah, and that's probably why she had to go, is because there's something's going on, something's going to happen. I don't know what, but she left her baby body, and she's only like not that far from me. She's in these mountains. I'm in the Appalachian Mountains, and there's a nest.
I lost her fur baby a month and a half ago too.
Yeah,
my baby boy.
But I can sense her when she decides to come near, and I can sense her there.
Do you sense that this because you didn't lose her, but she like graduated, I guess you could say.
Right. Yeah,
Like,
I didn't. Yeah, I lost her fur baby self, but
mhm.
she graduated. She whatever she had to do, she finished and she's done, and she left that body, and now she's in her original dragon form. And she's in a nest. She's in a like a nest of dragons that are just not too far from my house.
Beautiful. That's so beautiful. Actually,
She's
we have a
also,
question
she's
for
also a
Brim.
red dragon too. What's that?
She's a what?
She's a red dragon too. Her dragon is
A
red.
red dragon.
But it's not the
That's
same dragon that I was seeing, or the other dragon is like she's a red. The other dragon is more like a magenta, like a different color red. But
This
that
one's like
dragon-
ruby, right?
She
Like
is.
like a ruby
Yeah.
type of red.
Yeah, that's what she was. Is a ruby type of red.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Yeah.
I think all this makes me want to go back to the question that suddenly resurfaced in my head for Brim, which was, can you say from your dragon even, can he perhaps share some wisdom regarding like what connection we all have in particular, and like why we were like serendipitously brought here on this day to experience this together? Like, what connection do we all share? Because I feel like we know each other somehow.
That's what
And
I was
it's not
saying
just because
earlier.
we met in this, on this particular day, but like we knew each other before. Like, there's something there.
I'm getting in my head right now that we're all brought together because we need to raise our frequencies and we're helping each other do it. I don't know if that has
Yes.
any-
No, that's accurate too, for sure. Because there was a message that was put out there recently where you said angels and a certain wave of people would be going through one wave first and then the next, and it gets ugly before it gets better. And I feel like we're in a void state right now before we get put into and it's not like impending doom. It's more of just like, this is a
It's something that's
recalibration.
got to happen. It's something that has to happen, I think.
Yeah.
I don't fear it. Don't ever fear it. Yeah, don't fear it because I feel like it's something that has to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We're all part of a family together in the universe.
We are, you say.
Yes. That is why you were brought together on this day. I hope that answers your question.
That does make a lot of sense. Thank you for that.
You know me, I want a little more in-depth answer than that.
Yeah, but it's true. It made sense though. It made sense, but like, what's the juicy details?
Yeah. Come on, Brim. Speak up. English.
You need not know the answer now. The answer will come the days to come.
I'm sure he can see me making faces at him.
Put that tongue away. And quit bobbing that head.
Yeah.
Do you?
My dragon and his dragon kind of have a clashing thing going on.
Is
She
it like
likes to-
playful?
Yeah, she likes to irritate the shit out of me. She's a brat.
I feel like mine is like the silent observer, but is like amused.
Oh no, she likes to provoke him. Something fierce. Mine does. She does whatever she can to provoke him.
Oh my goodness.
Like, really?
Solar, I love you, girl. You know I can't understand you speak English, damn it.
Well, like you better learn, alright?
What?
You like heard me? You like gotta learn that already? Should have already learned it.
Have you guys met Solar yet? Any of you?
No, they haven't met me yet.
I love you, girl.
Who's this Valley girl talking?
I love you, Solar.
Yeah, no, Tina. Wow, that was
What was she saying?
who?
Solar.
She's like, you're all part of the family, get to know each other. Really?
It was so sassy though.
That's what she just said. Like,
She's a cute little draconian.
Oh my gosh, it was like so sassy, but like in a loving way.
She's a healer.
Wow. So clearly there's some connection, but we just gotta figure it out.
he already told you.
He did. That's right. But
I think Trina needs to come up here and get in this conversation. I want to know what she's talking about. Come on, Trina, get up here and get in the.
Oh, it's a private joke.
Y'all get hot when your dragon gets active because mine's like so active tonight. She's been like sleeping the last few days and she's just, whew. And it makes my body like I'm having a hot flash.
yeah, I've never felt such an activation like this, quite like this before, because specifically regarding dragons, this is like new to me. Like at least acknowledging the dragon that is with me. So for me, it's
like I had a meditation where I was trying to bring her out, because in the beginning she had a lot of fear, but then she decided that she was going to be free. And it was like I was in the tub. I meditate a lot in the tub because there's something with me in water.
Mm-hmm.
And it amplifies everything. And it was like I could literally physically feel her unfolding inside my body. It was crazy. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And it just kept growing and growing. And my whole upper body core, I could feel, and it was a little on the painful side. I feel it in my shoulder blades, and I almost felt like a tail wiggling down my left leg.
Wow.
And I'm like, holy shit. And I was like, it's almost like my body was vibrating in it, and I was sweating, like the sweat just run off me. Like, have you ever had that where you're sweating so where it just runs off you? And I've done it a couple times when I'm not in the water, and it's like I'll just have the sweat just running down my face, like my legs, my arms, everything when it happens.
That sounds like really, I mean, that unraveling to me sounds also like if everybody's dragon in a way is unraveling and is being activated, especially now, like with just having these conversations together, I feel like it's in preparation for kind of what you were saying earlier too. Like there's another breakthrough approaching. So
right.
It's all unraveling in order to really catapult us into something that we won't know the answers to right now, but we can sense.
Yeah.
So
I've got friends in the angelic realm too, and they're all saying something's coming, something's coming, something's coming.
Right.
Yeah, it is. And Capri, the Capri, is it Capri or Caprice?
Capri, or Haley.
Okay, Haley. Um, like Sonia's saying, if you really want to connect with anything, is meditation and put your intention into it, and it'll happen for you. Much easier, faster,
I think everybody's speeding up right now too, though. You know what I mean? Like just in the last few months, I went from 0 to whoa. You know what I mean? Like, but I still struggle. I struggle with meditation because I can't clear. And when I say I can't clear my mind, I don't mean I can't clear my mind of all this 3D crap. It's like when I go into meditation, I start seeing things, and most of it I don't even know why I'm seeing it. Don't pertain to me, but it's almost like it's on fast forward, and I can't stop it. Like a lot of people say, when you meditate, you don't have visions, but when I meditate, I start seeing all this stuff like all over the world stuff, and I can't stop it to meditate like I need to connect more with my dragon. And I still haven't figured out what the name of my dragon is. I thought it was Ishua, but I learned that was some light language stuff I was saying. And then I haven't done that since. And then I thought it was a different name, and I haven't been able to connect enough to figure out what her name is. What's your name? What's your name? And Brim says it's because
Mine actually told me her name first, and I haven't really met her, but I have seen her. I paint and draw and stuff, so like I was given a look of her and tried to paint her, but it still didn't do her justice,
What's she look like?
Mine's a watery color. She's like I don't know what color I'd call it. Like that greenish blue from like the tropical waters.
Yeah.
Like that kind of color.
Like
Yes,
color.
like that, but and also the lighter color into it mixed in, the lighter greenish blue, and then the tail, and she's got it like a mixed blues,
Yep.
She's really beautiful, but like I haven't had the experience probably as everybody else has with theirs, other than I do know the name and I've seen her, but I haven't really. I don't know, had to the extent of you guys,
I think you're going to soon, though. I think that's part of this. I think you're gonna have some type of an experience with her. You think so? Can you feel it, Bram?
I feel it, but I also feel like in my path right now has been kind of different. I've been feeling more cosmic, angelic things around me a lot lately.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I had like a couple of months ago, I was very upset sitting on my porch, and I said, I really need help. I need some kind of sign. Please help me. And I shit you not, guys, I have it still to this day. A white feather flew from the sky and landed in my hand.
That is awesome.
The other day I went out a few days ago. These 3 butterflies were around me. It was on my foot. It sat there, and it would have stayed there if I didn't move. I had pictures and everything of it. It's on my page. One landed on. I had a crystal. It landed and had its wing laying on it. The butterfly was letting me touch it. It was like patting an animal.
Oh yeah, I know. I do that too.
It was amazing, and just for the last week or so, it's been. Well, I'm a butterfly person, anyways, but that's one of my big signs, and I feel a lot of like angelic stuff. And then at night, I'm a vivid sky watcher. I've been having a lot of sightings, of like things in the sky.
I have a
So.
question.
That's been my path right now.
Right. So when the angels are touching you, so like, have you felt? Because I've had that experience. Like when you're talking to them and you need the help, but when they will touch when they're touching you, it feels like cool feather, like it feels like a feathery touch, but it's like
Yes.
feeling. Have
When
you
the
felt
feather
that?
landed in my hand, I could feel it totally throughout me. And when I even talk about it right now, I feel the sensation through me, you know. And I have that feather saved. I kept it, and you know, when I go near that feather, like today, I took it out and looked at it, and it's just a sensation, you know. I can't explain it. And it's a weird feather. It's something like I've never seen before. It's strange. But it was just very cool, and the butterflies being around me a lot. And cats are another thing that gets my lyran. Cats have been coming around me for a long time, but they're back at it again recently around me. So, you know, I have a lot of signs going on lately, and I think we're all having it, you know, in a lot of different ways. Like you said, everybody's got their own thing going on. I do feel my dragon sometimes, you know what I mean? And I do think she will be contacting me soon because things are speeding up, you know?
Right. I get the sense that
yeah, I do sense that she'll be around soon, you know?
Yeah, but anytime you feel that cool feathery touch on your skin, that's the angels. That's angels touching you.
I have something that plays with my hair on a regular. That's my thing. And that's, I know they're around me because my hair gets played with a few times a week.
Yeah.
My hair actually moves. It looks like it is moving by itself, like lifts up, moves, the whole 9 yards. It's like the craziest. And I have really, really long hair. So like it's the strangest thing, but it's awesome, you know?
I know exactly what you're saying because here, I'll show you. I had to go off because I do something where they allow my hair. So I know exactly what you mean when your hair lifts up. Long hair like ours don't lift up by itself like that.
No, what you gonna say, Bryn?
I give it 3 months and she's gonna come at you. She's been waiting, but she knows that you're busy because you're more about phase. You got too many phase, and she's worried that if she puts herself out there now, that you're gonna get mixed up with all the energies that are around you. So she's letting you get used to certain energy before she makes a move closer.
Wow.
Okay, I like that though, you know?
That makes sense. Brim, do you think that's part of my problem because all the fae on this property?
Yeah.
Much chaos energy.
A bunch of yours is about the same. You have a lot of a phase and a lot of beings around you, and for you, it's very hard for your dragon to wake up because it's kind of like the face of putting a sleep spell on her. Not to harm, it's because they're trying to protect your land and where you are right now, because there's a massive amount of energy being tossed out. It puts all of the other beings pretty much to sleep or pushes them away.
Yeah, but the reptilians are gone now, so that shouldn't be an issue no more, right?
Well, even so, you still got other beings that try to get in there. I just don't tell them all.
Changelings are gone too.
I had a question. I wanted to ask a question if anybody knows the answer to this. What about the graves and like the Zeta? Yeah.
The what?
The graves and the Zeta. The gray beings and the zetas, are they all negative or are some of them just neutral?
No. You have many good ones.
Okay, because I've actually seen them around lately, and I was getting like, I don't feel negative about them, but I'm just wondering.
I keep getting that there's like 8 different species of them.
Yeah, they are for sure.
There's different colors and they come from different places. Some are
And I feel that there is a species of them that are actually us from the future.
Yes,
and
You're so right. Oh my goodness, you just sent me chills. I was just about to
and they screwed up the reproductive stuff, and that's why they keep abducting humans and trying
because they're trying to basically fix their line of. But what that is so crazy that you say that, because the Sasani are pretty much the future, you could say, humans in a way, right? A future group of humans.
There's another past the Sasani, they're called the Yael.
The Yael, oh my goodness.
They almost look pretty much
like
human.
us. Yes. There's another one, the Shalia, what is it? Shalayana, I think.
I think they're before the Sasani. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And they look also like us.
There's 4 or 5 generations of where they've done it, where in the first generations they look more like the Greys, but now on the 5th or 6th generation of whatever the Yael are, they look pretty much human.
The Yael are actually one of the first to be open contact with us, pretty much.
Right,
so
they're gonna send their children down,
Yeah, because the children are actually who we pretty much breed with. And that sounds more like robotic, but like who we make connections with and have children with, because that root race is going to be seeded through basically that co-creation. And we're already doing it as we speak. It's more so been in like the astral, the dream state. But they're cloaked. Their ships are already out there. Many ships are out there. So the Greys that, you're saying that you're seeing, are definitely positive ones. There's also
she might see them, but I don't see the Greys. I've actually never had an encounter with a Grey. I've had encounters with others, but not Greys.
Yeah, this is it was like for Hope, because she was saying she had the question, are there good ones? And if you're seeing them, yes, there are. But definitely adding on to what you were saying, there's
I haven't communicated, but this is what happened to me. I was taking pictures, and when I went to snap a picture, I saw one in the corner of my camera. I didn't get a picture of it because it took me off guard.
I
was like, what is that? And then I just stopped. And then
I'm family. I'm getting the word family for you.
That's what people have said to me. And then the other day again, the same situation. It was in my camera again. It's like they show up behind my camera, like in front of my camera or whatever, and they just there in the corner of my camera all of a sudden. But I also saw some light being type thing in my tree too. I do have a picture of that, and it's like these two. You can see these 2 light strips, and then it's like a shadow. It looks like a shadow being of a white being. That came out, but when I seen it, it didn't look like what it came out on the camera. It looked very different to my eye. And like last night, I was watching. I have a camera on my porch, and I was watching through my phone. And behind the tree, I recorded it. There's a little light behind the tree. It's just blinking and blinking. And I went out and looked. I could not see a light blinking with my own eye, but it was on the camera. And it was like really weird.
You got more kind of. I don't know. I keep getting the word family in my head for you. I don't. Well, use your discernment though, because I am no pro at this whatsoever.
Yeah, well, I don't feel negative. You know, I don't
Just
feel
curious.
negative or afraid or anything. You know.
I think
Yeah.
that's what you got to do because, like, I've had different encounters, like with reptilian. I can tell. You can tell who's good and who's bad when you feel their presence.
Yes, like it took me off guard. Like when the first time when I saw it in the corner of my camera, it got me off guard. I wasn't like scared, but it was like, what? You know what I mean?
Surprise. Yeah. Startled.
Yeah, I was shocked. Like, what is going on? Yes. And then it happened the second time. I was like, what is going on? You know?
They might be trying to tell you something or just let you know they're there to help you and protect you. Or if you're
Yeah,
going
and then
through
like
stuff,
I keep seeing about a few weeks ago, I saw again like it looked like I thought it was a firefly behind my tree, but it was big, and I'm like, that's not a firefly. But then it came around the tree. It was a white light. I thought it was a drone type of thing, and I'm like, that's not a drone. And then it went above my house. Hold on, sorry.
The dogs.
my dog only barked when that Marvin guy started. I had to mute my mic because every time
they
he
sense
started
him.
to bark and growl, he didn't like him.
They were like, get that gremlin out of here.
And my he's a Cane Corso and he don't bark that often, hardly ever. So when he's barking, it means something's going on.
Yeah, he knew. He was like, nah, something ain't right.
Yeah.
Man, oh my gosh.
Like you guys with all your experiences with the Greys, and I don't know, I can share another part of my story I found out not too long ago was my mother was actually abducted. And that's how I was.
Really?
But it wasn't Grace. It was the Pleiadians,
Oh.
and which is extremely rare from what I've been told. I was a test tube baby.
Did she tell you like what happened?
When I first discovered, I'm like, yeah, no way. And then I finally got up the nerve to ask my mother about it, and she confirmed it, that she was abducted. So the person I think is my daddy is not my daddy. The person I grew up thinking was my biological father is not.
Oh, you got starved dad out there.
Well,
Is what you're saying?
no, I don't think. How do I explain it, Bram? Do I explain it? I was created in a test tube and then artificially inseminated, I guess is the best way to put it.
Best way to describe it is, remember people talked about how they modified human DNA to put the humans down, or the Neanderthals, and modified their DNA to put the modern humans down here. That's kind of the same thing. Is certain beings are taken from certain races only don't really like to abduct people, but they do it because like if you're okay, I'm trying to think of how to word it. Say you're a space being, you want to come to Earth, but you want to have some of your abilities with you. So what they do is they make a human, and they make the DNA that you want in there to make the skin suit, really. And then they inseminate it and you inhabit the body.
And I think it has something to do with the body needs certain genetics to be able to hold certain souls.
Yes.
Is that? Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Because human DNA carries a certain information in it that, first of all, is very valuable. You know,
what the Pleiadian told me is my, yeah.
Oh, they said that.
The Pleiadian told me, yeah, the Pleiadian that talked to me about it told me that I have 4 different genetics in this meat suit. One is 1/4 human, 1/4 Palladian, 1/4 starts with a T. I can't remember, but it's a Lyran, and 1/4 dragon. And it was called the dragon started with a T. I can't remember. I wrote it down somewhere, but yeah. So, which makes sense.
Wow.
Because through the years of having different types of health issues and losing babies, because I'm Rh negative, I've got so many abnormal. Like I look human on the outside, but on the inside, it's been documented. Unfortunately, I got a lot of odd physicality with my organs and different things that are not normal. Like my intestinal tract, my heart's not in the right spot. The electrical system in my heart is not normal. And they kept trying to treat me with human medications, and it wouldn't work. It either make me sick or it wouldn't work. So I found out that when they tried to treat me for all these abnormalities on the inside of my body, it made me sicker. So I can't take, and my kids are the same way. I can't take pharmaceutical medications. They make me sick. Over the counter. They either make me sick or they just don't work. It really sucks for pain. I'll tell you what.
I mean, yeah, a lot of that stuff is also like, man, Big Pharma is like already a gimmick alone. So you have to already be wary. So just even having to go the extra mile in your case is like crazy, because it's you need like that outside help. You really do. You'd be like, hey, can one of y'all little medical ships pull up, give me what I need, because that's the only way.
You know, and I used to have a tail.
Oh, really? Like childbirth? Like you had
I had like a stub. Like it was my tailbone. I have extra vertebrae. I have extra ribs. I had 3 feet of extra intestinal tract.
Yep.
Wow.
I'm at 1:30. I have not slept yet. I've been up like 40-something hours.
Wow.
I told you to take you. I thought you said you took a nap.
I tried. It didn't work.
Well, you said you've been kind of up because of that last experience too.
Yeah, it plays in my mind a lot.
What happened?
So here? He got attacked with somebody with a knife. And it wasn't human. I don't think it was human.
Wow. You all right?
That's what I got. I got 7 stitches on the outside and 3 on the inside.
Oh my gosh, Brim.
And it's funny because the 7 on the outside and the 3 on the inside reminds me of the year I was born, which was 1973.
Oh my God. Oh wow.
Yeah, but it should be said that there's also a lot of heavy protection, especially right now. I mean, there's been a lot of like a huge draw of protective energy since we really got deep into this live. And I noticed that after we started really diving deep into more of the dragon talk, and then I picked up on also like Arcturian energies coming in to have a protective sort of seal in here, because they also were solidifying some sort of information.
The white Arcturians. They're
yes,
white, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Because I was almost tempted to start some light language because they were coming through. but they're around heavily because they can also make a bridge between here and the ethers, and then basically provide more information because they have that direct access to all that information. So whatever questions you have, they would be a bridge, and they're helping us pretty much go through a portal.
Yeah, I've had dreams and visions that I'm supposed to be able to create portals myself. Oh, that'd be awesome if I could ever figure that out.
I think you're being prepped up for it though, because if we're all here now, and we already know that we're helping each other, like we're meant to be with each other in this space. We're meant to help each other. We're already on our own significant stages in journey. I think what's happening is our powers, you could say, are rapidly increasing and will be progressively in the near future.
And
just
right now, a big urge for me is to sell my property and wander. I think it's grid work. I think it's grid work because I get the impression that the old grid we're creating, like the ley line I'm on right now is a new one that just recently was created, and there's some of our old grids got to be fixed, and some of them are just going to be destroyed. The ley line.
Yeah,
You know, so-
those intuitive nudges are strong, and yours are more, like even more so, because everybody's being, I guess, prompted to move in some sort of way, whether it be like move to the next timeline, literally move your body in some way, move progressively in your way of thinking, move perspective, anything.
Yeah, and I've done that my entire life. It's like I can't stand sitting in one spot for more than a couple of years. You know, I've moved around a lot, not necessarily in far places, more the East Coast, but between Michigan and Florida and in between. But now I'm getting the urge that I've been getting, it keeps getting brought up in my head that I need to go to Sedona for some reason.
That is so crazy because I was.
Oh my God, me
talking
too.
about- yes. All of us, huh? Because literally was talking about Sedona in Arizona like a couple days ago and kept talking about it all last week. Like, I want to go, I need to go.
I've been feeling it for like a year.
Right.
And I've known about Sedona for a long time, but I've never had an urge to go there until
Yeah.
this.
Oh my God.
I've been wanting to go for a past year.
Yep, me too.
Do you think that?
Yeah, Brim knows that because we were talking about it a year ago, huh, Brim?
You think that we end up meeting in Sedona?
I don't know.
I think a lot of us are going to end up meeting there.
I think so.
There's going to be different places for some of us, you know?
The urge to go there has only been like about a month for me.
Mine's been a year in the wait making.
That is crazy. Mine came about last year or so, but then it kind of calmed down and then it resurfaced like the past couple weeks. And
But see, yeah, I think for me is because I didn't even get on TikTok until anything to do with TikTok until like last September. But in the since then and getting on, I've learned a lot of things and come, you know, like, and I met Brim in like January, and since I met him, a lot of things have changed for me, and I've come up higher. You know what I mean? Because my dragon is unruly, I guess. I don't know.
it's funny because I heard just now, and I think it was from like the White Arcturians, the light ones. They say it only gets higher from here. It'll only get higher and higher. Like you just keep getting an upward trajectory. It gets better and better.
Where are you at, Hopi?
I'm in Maine.
Oh, I want to go to Maine so bad. I want to go there and eat lobster.
It's like one of the number one hotspots for UFOs.
You know what's funny, and I've said this before. You know, like I was abducted. I think I've been abducted more than once, but I know I was when I was 3. And then when I was 8, I got up at like 3 in the morning to go to the bathroom, and then there was an alien standing in my dining room. You know, and I've seen him follow me around my entire life. Seeing like you see, you don't. It's like when I see him, like that one, it like blurred. It's like it blurred. I can see everything around it. I can see it was like probably 8 foot tall, had like a swimmer's type body, but it's like it blurred my memory of like its facial features and stuff, you know. And I can't remember what its facial features are, but I mean I've seen them on my porch. Where when I see them though, it's almost like it's a shadow. Like I can see them, but it's like they're hiding themselves. But I can see like this, and it's not like a dark shadow. It's like a lightish, really light grayish white, like outline, like you know, like a shadow of their body.
Yeah.
But I've never once seen a UFO. I've been seeing actual. I had a Syrian in my driveway a few months ago, standing in my driveway, looking right at
That's
me.
crazy. I've seen ships, but I haven't seen beings. Like, other than like I said recently in the camera or whatever. But I was telling you that night when I saw the light, and I thought it was before the dogs were barking. The light actually went over my house and turned into a big white light above my house, and then just flew away. And then the other night I saw a reddish orange one that I thought was actually going to come towards me. As it started coming towards me, it turned and went the other way. But as far as being taken, I think my oldest daughter is 32 now. When she was 2, hold on. So when my daughter was like 2, I had a dream that I was on a ship and I was getting stuff out of my mouth, like it was like gooey stuff. And I knew my daughter was on the ship too, and I was going to find her. And as I'm going to look for her, I ran into her father. We didn't live together at the time. And I found him, and we went and found my daughter, and we were taking the stuff out of her mouth, and I was saying, breathe, breathe, and I remember waking up. And 2 days later, or a day or 2 later, me and him were talking, and I was telling him about the dream, and he's like, shut up. He had the same exact dream as me. I think all 3 of us were taken at that time or something. You know what I mean? Because it's just weird that he and I had the same dream, the same exact thing happened, you know? And we didn't live together, so, you know?
Yeah.
And he was freaked out about it. He wouldn't even talk about it. Like, he was really freaked out about it, you know? And, you know, like, I've had other little things happen, too, and I don't know, it's just like, you know, craziness.
Well, when I had that, when I found out, because when I was 3, the abduction wasn't that kind of an abduction. I wasn't removed from the earth. It was a reptilian abduction. They took me and they put like this parasitic reptilian entity in me that was that, and I could see it when it was removed. It was like this fleshy looking stuff, like it was wrapped around my dragon, like keeping it down, and got it removed. And after I got it removed, then I had a big problem with reptilians coming at me. And so but it's funny because I ended up with a Palladian pretty much living in my house to protect me.
Oh, that's good that you had protection.
His name was Claren, and I couldn't see him, but I could feel him. And it's like one time when I went to work, I could see his arm, and it looked like a reflective mirror-like thing. I like get glimpses of like this mirrored reflection. Yeah.
Wow,
So
that's amazing.
That wasn't like an abduction, like your abduction being taken, because I think you were probably taken on a ship. Right.
Yep. And then recently, like a couple months back, it was in a dream though, but I have a soul tribe that I hang out with in Alive that I'm in. We do meditations almost every night around 9, and we're like our own little group, you know.
Yeah.
And they were up there with me, and the one who heads the live, his name's James. Yes, you are. He was standing next to me, and him and I are like brother and sister now, like so close, you know. And I didn't want to leave, and I was like, I don't want to leave. I couldn't see the beings, but I knew it was on a ship, and I knew they were showing me something. And all my people were behind me, lots of people. It could have been you guys too, for all I know. You know what I mean? But I know, like, does seem like a few in my group there, and everybody was getting ready to leave, and I'm like, I don't want to go. I want to stay. And James was like, I'll stay with you, Hopi. You know, I'll stay with you, Hopi love. And I was like, okay. And right when he said that, I woke up.
I just find it really odd that I've seen extraterrestrials, like almost face to face, but I've never seen a UFO. I think that's just weird as hell.
Yeah, it's funny that happened. I mean, I actually relate to you on seeing like the outline of certain beings, and it's like not necessarily shadowy or dark, but like very much prominent.
It's like you can see their outline. It's not like a shadow being or nothing like that. It's like
yeah.
So I had an encounter with the Hat Man one time.
Oh no!
I did. Oh, it was funny.
What happened?
I don't know how I do it, but I bar things from coming in my house. They can't come into my house unless I allow them to come in my house. But he kept watching me outside my window. He was there. He's huge, and so after a couple of days, I went up and I went up to my window, and it was always like at 4 o'clock in the morning because I was getting up at work at 4 o'clock in the morning. And he was there every freaking morning for like 2 weeks. And I'm like, what do you want? Why are you watching me? I kept talking to him, you know. And so I left it alone. And then it finally got to the point where I'm like, and I could feel his emotions being an empath. And so I told him, I said, you know, you won't tell me what you're here for. What are you watching me for? What's going on? I said, I think you're just a freaking perv. You're like a peeping Tom, and you're just perving on me. And I could feel when I said that, he got really pissed off and agitated about it.
Because you told him off.
Go the fuck away. But I got the impression he wasn't there of his own free will. It was like he was ordered to come and watch me for some reason. Like some people they terrorize some people, and he wasn't there to terrorize me. He was there to watch me for some reason. I don't know why, but he didn't want to be there watching me, but he was sent there to watch me by
like a monitor.
And I don't know. I still don't know what for. But after
it's
I told
probably
him,
monitoring spirits like that, you know, because they're more of like subservient positions with
different types of happening. You know, the ones that feed off fear, and then the other ones that are higher up the chain that I don't know what they're doing, but I've never had any fearful. I haven't had fearful anything in my life. It's been kind of weird. Like the fear, anytime I felt fear, it was like for my children or somebody I love. I've never, I mean, I ran into lots of weird shit growing up, but I think because I've always, you know, when I was little, I used to hang out in the woods to get away from abuse from family and different things, and I pretty much lived in the woods as a child. And I had fae around me and other different things, and seeing them your entire life, it doesn't startle you or scare you when you see weird shit, you know. So,
yeah, because it's like conditioned, and you're already aware at such a young age to that stuff. It's like you know it like the back of your hand.
Yep.
I mean, I actually have a crazy story about seeing something extraterrestrial, and it was in my old home. because I used to live in an apart. This was also back in my apartment, but I was I would say this was more recent. I'm 22 now, but this was like when I was 13, or yeah, it was like 13, and this was around Christmas, and you know, people usually keep their tree up for some time before, well, some of them before they take it down, and I used to sleep in the living room sometimes, and one of my spirit guides was my cat, and we had two of them. So this was like he was around at the time, but the cats always used to follow me. So if I was on the couch, they'd be on the couch, and if I was in my room, they'd definitely be there. And one night I was sleeping on the couch. The lights were still on the tree, so it was, you know, a nice setup. And something just woke me up at like 4 a.m. or so, and it wasn't a disturbance. It was more of just like
An awareness.
an awareness took over me, and I was like, no, somebody's watching me, like somebody's here. And when I open my eyes, I see that the cats are staring straight ahead at somebody. And mind you, everybody's asleep. It's only my mom and my brother and me in that house. So everybody's in their room. And there used to be this lamp. If you look directly across from where I'd be laying, you see the threshold of the entire apartment because it was all flat. So, you know, there's that middle room that separates all other rooms. And it's close to the door where you leave. And there was a tiny couch there and a lamp. And this being that I saw, which I come to realize is there, is this very tall, slender, but athletic, like I would say lean, you know, agile sort of.
Swimmer's body,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. Swimmer's body, you know, like you could think the Dorito body, the Dorito like torso. It's like that
It's
slim
like you
cut.
can see that they're strong and muscular, but it's a lean, strong and muscular.
Yeah. And not overly bulky. And so I noticed that it's an outline of this tall person, and they almost, I want to say purposely, softly knocked down the lamp, or almost did, because they were kind of adjusting the lamp, but it was like to get my attention. And I could hear the sounds, and I'm like, what the heck am I looking at? And then the more I focus, and I'm fully up at this point, they're just standing there observing me, and it's just an outline. Like, they weren't black, shadowy, but there was like space within the frame, if that makes sense. There was no features, but it was like if you were looking at the galaxy, because I saw stars and like stardust. And yeah, it was because it was taller than the lamp.
I seen sounds similar to the one I seen when I was 8, but I could actually see the body. But it's like because I could see him, it's like they fogged my brain. Like it's like blurred. Like when I try to remember it, it's blurred. I can't see the features.
Yeah, like they almost don't want you to. I guess I don't know if that's like done on purpose because you're not ready to fully see at the time, or something like that. But the energy didn't feel like phantom like. It felt like a visitation from a different extraterrestrial.
Like they're checking up on you for some reason.
Yeah, because those cats were not bothered, you know, and animals are very, of course they sense everything. They were just like enamored, I would say. They looked enamored, and this being just stared at me. And what was funny was I was startled, so I was like, hell no, you know what? I'm not doing this. It's too late. Let me get the pillows. Let me get the blankets. I'm gonna head out. But what was funny was I had to walk past them to go like to my mom's room at the time, because I was like, you know, I'm not going to my room by myself. I'm gonna go in there. Thank you. I'm sleeping with my mom. Thank you. And the cats were following me, and this being was like, I want to say amused in a way, because it wasn't like sinister at all. It just kind of tilted his head when I had to walk past it, but I acted like I didn't see it. I was like, yeah, just a casual 4 a.m. you know moment happening here. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave the living room. You know, everything's great. Everything's fine. And then it never happened again. I never saw them. But that
It's like 4 o'clock in the morning when they come in your house.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you actually doing? Because, like, what's up with that lamp over there? What were you doing with that? And it was all, of course, to, like, get my attention in, like, the most gentle, way. But I'm like, you didn't actually knock it over. You were kind of just fumbling with it because the sound would kind of stir me out of sleep, in addition to you just staring at me, because I felt that before I heard anything. And yeah, it was like space. No features that I could really tell, but it was tall for sure. And it just watched me leave, like, with this sort of fondness. But it never did anything to, like, trigger any sort of fear or traumatize me in any type of way. It just stood there and was like, okay, I get it, maybe next time when you're ready, but just know I'm here. Just know that I'm watching you. And then I never saw it like that again. But now it's funny because I ask, I'm like, okay, like, I'm ready to see you guys. Like, okay, I'm ready for a visitation of, like, positive ETs. Where we at? Let's have a party. Like, I got chips in the house if y'all want some. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
it's like,
now that they want to show up, they don't come and visit.
You said what?
I said, yeah. So I'm like, come on, come see me. When you
Right,
want
come see me.
you're
Right?
They don't show up.
It's like, as a matter of fact, why don't I bring the chips to your ship? All you gotta do is pick me up. That's it.
Yeah.
You can go anywhere. Take me to, like, the surface of Jupiter. Show me what's up. You got any clubs out there? I know you do.
Yeah, like, pick me up.
Right. And they do. It's funny. They have, like, smaller, ships that, like, fit, like, 15 people specifically for, like, smaller party
Yeah,
groups.
but seriously, how many times we probably have been picked up and we don't remember?
That's what I mean, though. Yeah. I feel like all of us have, but we just...
No, I don't.
A lot of us, when we're sleeping, like, we're doing a lot out there. So,
Don't you hate it when you wake up and feel like you've been in a fight or wrestled with somebody and you're...
Oh my God, yes.
So tired.
And you hurt everywhere, like you were some kind of a battle or a fight or something, and you got your ass kicked.
Yeah. It's because you were beating ass in the astral. Like, you were up there and slaying. Because when you come back, it's like you walk the green mile.
I had an incident where my body, like, kind of woke up right before I come back, and I don't know what happened, but I was in my mid-20s back then, so it's been quite a few years ago, because I'm like 50, I'm 53 now, but it's like I woke up enough to feel myself, like, I slammed hard back into my body, and I couldn't move for, like, at least 5 minutes. It's like I was in a paralysis, I couldn't move. But
Wow.
like I felt myself slam back into my body, and I don't know what happened. But I can remember, I can remember being above and looking at something or watching something, and I don't know what it was now. But it took me a while, because at that age I still didn't have any help or any assistance or knew anybody, and so I'm researching. And at that time, that was the time when I think it was like in the early 2000s, like 2001, 2002. And we got our first computer, and that's when you go, the whole dial-up thing. And so I started researching it and figured out it was astral projection.
Yes, it's funny you say that, because when I was, like, younger, I had a similar, but I actually saw my soul leaving my body and I couldn't move. Mm-hmm. And I was aware of it. And I said, no, you need to come back here, because I'll die without you. Because I didn't know nothing about none back then. I was 20 years old, something like that.
Uh-huh.
And they came back, but it took me a minute, like, to move. I made myself move.
Right.
And then now I'm 50. About a couple months back, I felt my soul coming out. Hold on a second.
You still with us, Brim?
And and I felt my soul coming out of me, and I got nervous, but I said, no, I want it, and I let it happen, and I floated all over my my house, and I remember all of it. And what brought me back to my body was I had something cooking, and I was trying to shut it off in my astral body, and I couldn't shut it off. And I said, oh yeah, I'm not in my body. And then all of a sudden I was back in my body and woken up, you know. But it was very cool, you know. And another time I had a dream that I was flying, and I know it happened because when I woke up, my arms, my whole everything hurt from like I was flying all night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So cool things happen, you know.
It's funny because I've had different dreams, and I've learned that my dreams are not dreams. For like almost 10 years straight, I had dreams 2 or 3 times a week where I was up above watching these people, and they were all in black military type garb, and they were going down in these tunnels, and I kept seeing these monsters, and they were eating babies, and there was people down there and all this stuff. And it was,
no, that was like, yeah, you were like,
I didn't understand what it was at the time. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with me? Why would I have nightmares of these monsters in these tunnels and these soldiers trying to kill them, and mutilated babies and children and pregnant women and all this stuff? And then when all that stuff came out in New York, and they had the tents out and the ship come in, after that became public, I quit having them, but I had them for 10 years, like 2 or 3 times a week. And it was always different tunnels, different stuff, and it freaked me out.
Wow, I'm gonna say goodnight now, though, ladies. Brim, are you there?
Yes, it's time to go live. It's time to go by night.
I can't.
All right.
We're gonna be here next Tuesday at 8 o'clock.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
So if anyone wants to come back and you can finish this discussion then. This time it'll probably be a topic. I still got to think of one. Yeah.
I love you, Brim. And it was nice to meet all of you. It was a nice live tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
You too.
You too.
You.
Nice meeting everybody.
Bless you all.
Yeah.
Until next time.
See you guys.
The peace be
Bye-bye.
and let the force go through you.